media, listen to you talk about startups. Even yesterday night, I still read your article on, well, it's not an article, but the issue you even had in Ibadan here with my question, all right. Okay, you've always emphasized, most time you don't emphasize on the techie part of business. Your emphasis is always, like you mentioned, the business side. Yet, startup is a lot about the techie parts. Why that? And what are if the business side, what are the kind of knowledge one is supposed to go after to understand that business side you're always emphasizing on? Thank you very much.
Okay, that's okay.
Can we take the next?
Yeah.
Next person, please.
Good morning. I'm Sinolua, a front-end developer. I'm a front-end developer. So I Shark Tank a lot. So I have two questions, but you have answered one of them. So the second one is that, you said before, there's something a startup and already, you have a startup already. So how will you get like evaluation for people to invest? Because for that, you build somebody out the person was on the verge of going to prison. So was it like they invested and it was not able to deliver? Or that's my question about funding, and if the startup failed or if it not reached the...
Fantastic. I'll start with the first question, which was about, I'm trying to remember.
What was your name?
Yes, tech and business. So, I mean, it's a very common, you go to research or you go, I don't know, find a job. But what I'll by coding, they pay your salary by selling a product to somebody, and then hopefully that person pays them on time, and then from that money that they get paid, they take a portion of it and pay you. So all startups are businesses. So when I see even software developers have to understand business in the sky. It always comes from a business transaction. Even if you're being funded, you're investing that they can take a bit of the margin between when you build the product and when you give product. Again, everything about this thing that people actually don't realize is human psychology. That's actually the biggest thing. You have to understand what motivates people, or to even have a problem, right? Human psychology is extremely important. And like I was saying on my LinkedIn post that you referenced, psychology problems. They're actually not really about, it's just that tech is a very good, if you put a human being there, you can't predict what the human being will do, right? So if I, like for example now, I mean, just to give context, yesterday, I was in Ibadan a few days ago. I got stopped by Oyo RTMA, and I was going to pay my fine. But the guy from Adamasimba to go and find out what my fine was. When I got there, the guy who was there couldn't collect cash, but nobody had told me. To the fine, there's a processing fee of 4,500. All these things, if you use tech, I would have known it, another crime, and collect another fine if I'm stupid. But my point is, at the end of the day, they are all human psychology problems, right? We can predict what tech will do. Tech will not send you to LA or ask for a bribe, but human beings might. So again, it's really understanding human psychology. Then everything now comes after that, which is how much does it cost to produce this solution that you have now deciphered from understanding how people behave, right? And how much more can you charge on top of that? Once you understand what makes people buy, right? How do they like to buy? You know, why do they like to buy? Understanding how they act, how they behave is the most important thing. For the second question about investors, I think the question was basically how do... Yeah, the software developer was asking, you know, if you do valuation. Well, I'll tell you this, you don't have a valuation, right? You don't have a valuation. Valuation is not a real thing. until you're generating. What is the market opportunity that this guy is going after? How long will it take him to get to maybe the next significant milestone, right? And how much money does he need to get there? Then we now take that, we now say, okay, since we understand that's what you need, we will want too much of the business, especially as an angel, because you ultimately want to be able to sell the stakes, made money. Or if you want to take a big stake, then you're looking for dividends. So that's a completely different thing from a typical need to get to the next milestone. So that ultimately, as you dilute, you'll make some money by selling your stake because it's small enough to sell without completely crashing the business. The ones that are not so smart might want 50% of your business, but what they don't realize is that if for any reason, beyond the motivation of the founder, which will obviously go down, percent responsible for the outcomes. So again, that's just something to manage. In terms of, it talks about what did the founder do. Well, in Nigeria, I think that we do a poor job. A lot of investors criminalize failure. They make it like, oh, and that's not to say there's no bad behavior. Just short-circuiting yourself, because my loss is limited to the exact amount of money I put in, and my gain is unbounded. That's why it's such an interesting investment class. So if I invested $25,000, for example, in your startup, and you went and you took it and you went to Canada, that money will finish. And you can't come back and ask, right? I might take a share, but everything else belongs to you. So if you want to even live in Barbados, if you want to fly private jets, I really can't come to you and start asking you questions because it's your money. And so that's the short-sightedness that a lot of founders have, because, yeah, you've taken my money and you've gone to Canada, but I have 114 other companies. So you're just a rounding error. And what I've actually found is that within 2-3 years, create value, their stock, they can't come back to the market and ask me for another, for more money. And money got lost or money got stolen. I just look at it and I say, look, if you've learned your lesson, perhaps in the future, if you're nonchalant about it, you don't take responsibility for what you've done, you're going to think that the market, you're going to invent a reason in your head why you failed. And any wise investor will not give you their money. So that's basically it.
Questions? Sound, please.
Good morning. My name is Temi Akis to the low-income earners in Ibadan, and it's a startup. So I think you have I personally came here mostly because of you. Because what you can do is $250,000, which is what sort of, if you even see that this startup with, if a minimum amount is put in, that startup has the potential of going haywire and within the next 6 months, what do you do in cases like that? Yeah. That's number one. Then number two is, your company is a VC company. Personally, are you an angel investor? That's my question.
Good, great questions. So the first,
second person.
Okay, second question. I'm an old man. So first, ACCELER8.Africa. So if you go on the website, go to Accelerate, you can actually apply on the website to be accepted into our accelerator program. And I personally work with the startups. I work with 10 startups twice a year. So when I work with them, and I get them ready to be invested in by angels. We don't invest yet. We may need of angel investors that are very familiar with our work, that know us very well, and that we work with very closely. So those guys would typically invest. A lot of founders, I mean, somebody was one of the founders from the line, know our reputation. They come to the demo days so that they can get in early, because they know that we'll sieve through, it's very competitive and all that. So I would encourage you to apply to that program. So I have an interesting contract with the firm. Essentially, even though I'm one of the largest, because I also have investors. We're basically like, if you continue to angel invest, we feel like the best deals will go to you out to angel invest in any startup. So all I can do is refer you to the firm. Now, with Accelerate, though, I can get closer. I'm working on something where the firm can invest in some of the companies, but it's still very early. We've only done 1 year. We want to just help the startups. By the way, Accelerate is equity-free, meaning we don't take any equity from you.
A
Round of applause, come
for
on.
that, please.
We don't take anything from you. You're free to go and raise money from wherever you want. So I hope that answers your question.
Good morning, made in Nigeria product, like building materials and farm produce. So people order across Nigeria, and we send India, whereby you don't necessarily raise money from investors. You find a way to generate maybe $10,000 monthly revenue. You are not looking at selling your company or doing IPO. So I want to ask, as that you think is going to change the world, and you are trying to invest, but the founder doesn't want to collect the check, or he wants the investment or the investors to be very, maybe little.
So when Future Africa comes on the scene, we're always else would insist that we come on the cap table. Either, and it's because of how we work. So just in reference to a question you asked earlier, before I engage you, I will send you leads. I will connect you to people with calling cards. So by the time and because of our experience and how much inbound we get, we have a lot of, most times, like, you're like, look, come on board, but the advisory shares, I have to invest because advisory shares will have to come to me, but, I can't take anything because that's a conflict. Like, if a founder comes to us and they're not even interested in raising capital, we'll still talk to them and do our best to help them. Of course, there's a limit to which we can value in some way, shape, or form. I'll end with this. In fact, earlier this year, one of my friends brought like a young man to me, a young brother, and said, hey, this guy does perfumes. He's looking for investment. And I was like, we don't invest. I don't want to be the one to tell him. I said, no problem. So we sat down, and I had the conversation with him. And he was like, look, I'm looking for this, I'm looking for that. And think about cash flow and building his business. He went away, and I didn't hear back from him for months. So I even thought the business had died. And the reason I didn't come back was I realized I didn't actually need money. So, I just implemented the idea. They want to build a business that's big enough to repay me and my investors. I'm not in a hurry to do that.
All right, thank you so much. So, do we have anybody whose question? Sound, please.
Hello. All right. Good morning, Mr. Aboyeji. My name is Williams, and I'm the CMO of Writing Over. So I love the beautiful coincidence of the person that asked the question before me. Is there any defined frameworks or pipelines for businesses like that? And what would be your recommendations? Because I think it's just easier when you have like a system built around these things that, okay, people that are not really looking for investors, they want to be bootstrapped, but then they will still need maybe...
It's a very important point, and I think there are people who need to build around it. Obviously, the value and returns model will need to be slightly different. I've thought about actually doing one. Like if I was going to do that kind of business, I would want people to pay for the service. So like, okay, If you're an investor, you actually invest your money, you watch it grow, and then you can return capital from the growth in your equity. But if you're helping a bootstrap startup, I think you can't do it exclusively for free. So you have to sort of build some sort of service offering around it. I've seen somebody in Kenya do a great job of it. I think they're called Pajo. What they do is like they only help bootstrapped companies, but at a certain revenue level, and they like have these monthly circles with a bunch of other entrepreneurs where they help you. But I think you pay like $500 or $50. I'm not sure. Every month for it. So I think something like that could work if you did something of that sort. But I mean, obviously, if you're bootstrapping, you don't need capital. So it will be very difficult for a venture capital to serve you. I hope that answers your question.
We're out of time, but I'd like both of you just ask your questions together. We have less than 1 minute.
All right, good morning. My name is Jonathan. I'm the founder of Diction Masters. All right, so you've said a lot of things. You've answered some of my questions, but I'm more of the urgency for funds, right? So we've done over 400 schools, $25,000 in 1 year, and we're looking at fixing our technology. You talked about the accelerate.org and all of that. I believe that platforms like this should give you opportunity to look at startups that are working really, really well, and those startups shouldn't just wait for the programs. I mean, you're here. There's nothing that should stop you from having a reasonable conversation with you. And you say, okay, you know what? This program is running already. It's not, they're not taking people, but yeah, you can come. Let's see what we can do with you. Is there something like that?
Outcomes, because the reality of startups is that you have to look at them in, right? I have to look at all of you together, and because I don't have all the time in the world, I have to pick the very best. I don't actually advocate that startups should try and, you can build a relationship, but if you try to pitch your startup for a decision to an investor, like now you're talking, and he can't make any decisions here. So, I mean, for you specifically, I would say look at like MasterCard EdTech Fellowship. It's currently running, apply. There's a bunch of other education fellowships. Look at them, apply. It's just important to be cued into, typically the people who do that are probably not the best for your startup.
Okay. Good morning. My name is Obafela Killer. We met earlier this month, and it's nice seeing you again. So my question is about investors, right? I'm of the idea that I don't want much investors on the table, because sometimes I don't think that makes sense to me, and I want to know what you think about that, especially since what you said about investor relations, since that's what this topic is about. If I have so many investors, maybe 3, that's something that works? Yeah, that's all.
I mean, the reality is that that would be ideal, but that's not reality for many startups. They may not be in a position to be able to say groups. So if you're actually a really good startup and people believe in your business, what often happens is that one investor would introduce you to others, right? And then so trying to engage investors is actually a good way to sort of manage your investor base. Then more practically on the legal side, if you have a Delaware company, you can use roll-up vehicles from AngelList to sort of aggregate the cash so that it all comes in as one SPV that AngelList manages on your behalf. That's also another way to sort of engage investors. Unfortunately, the reality is that 5K checks to get anywhere, and I took them when I was starting. I wasn't ashamed to take them. I don't think anybody should, because they're the lifeblood of it. That's what people can afford to risk on your very, very risky venture. So you're there. So you have to just go with what works.
All right, thank you so much. We have had an amazing session. A round of applause for Mr. Inyoluwa, please. All right. Do you have any last words you want to share before, you know?
Yeah, I mean, I'm aware our time is short, but I think the biggest thing I always tell some, and that's a very, very important thing to think about, even as you start. Are you doing this just because it's a good industry to be in, or do you really love the customer? Anybody can make anything a big company if you love your customer enough. For me, I mean, my customers are founders, so I do anything for them. I think everybody should think about their business in a similar way. Thank you.
Amazing. Thank you so much for coming to have this fireside session with us. A round of applause for him, please. I think we can do better than that. All right, thank you. Can we take pictures, please?
Pictures?
Do we have Mr. David in the room for pictures?
Yes,
Mr.
we do
David
have
Adeleke.
photographers. Pictures? Yes, please.
Mr. David.
Alrighty. Pictures, are we ready? Thank you very much, Timmy Tokwe. Thank you very much, Inya Boyeji. Alrighty, that was such an impactful session. I mean, the questions were something. Now we're going to go to the keynote address, and we need to apologize. Inya Boyeji has to leave immediately, so I'm sure a lot of persons wanted to ask him questions. We might not be able to do that. His session was scheduled for later, but we had to bring it up because he has to get into a meeting in the next few minutes. We're bringing him back right now to take the keynote address. She's a woman that needs no introduction. She is Mrs. Ochanya Dan Ugo. She is the CRO Executive Director at Unified Payments. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Mrs. Ochanya Dan Ugo. You can make it a bit louder. Come on.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Are we okay? Everywhere is sounding so cold. Aren't we happy to be here? All right. I will plead to stand on the very well-established protocol. But then I say good morning to His Excellency, the Governor of Oyo State, Dr. Sheyi Makinde. Fans of this great occasion, gentlemen of the press, I say good morning. I'm here to give the keynote address for this great occasion. And I guess we know why we are all here. And we are here for a purpose. No one is going to go back without taking at least a thing with him or her so that we can make, our lives better. So it is a pleasure to be here today to discuss creating remarkable opportunities for innovation. FinTech is reshaping the programs like this. Our responsibility is very clear: to empower innovation and accelerate growth in FinTech and other areas to build a more inclusive, efficient, and forward-looking financial and technology ecosystem. So in an era of rapid global transformation, advantage, drive sustainable economic growth, and improve the quality of life for their city. Choices and actions will shape our nation's future in a very profound ways. So in recent years, Nigeria has emerged as one of the Africa's most vibrant innovation hubs, driven by our young, dynamic population. There has been a groundswell of entrepreneurial energy and creativity, and our youth are not just consumers of technology. They are builders and innovators, creating homegrown solutions that solve local challenges. Now, perhaps no other sector illustrates Nigeria's innovation capacity better than FinTech. Nigeria's FinTech ecosystem is among the fastest growing in the world. Companies like millions of Nigerians with access to financial services, assisting the government in collections, providing platforms for other businesses, as well as equipping the youth with the requisite knowledge and skills through the UP Academy. Since its inception in 2024, 3 cohorts have been concluded, and 71 interns have been trained. We train our interns specifically for fintech. And when you are done, the essence of this program is to train people with the required days with a stand at the back. So in fintech, we have a model of how Nigerian solutions can address both national, Pan-African challenges. But beyond finance, we have similar potential in health tech for disruption and growth. Innovation in fintech is more than technological advancement. It is about fundamentally thinking how financial services can best serve people, businesses, communities, and so on and so forth. So consider how So tech hubs across the country and beyond serve as breeding grounds for new ideas and enterprises, address both national and Pan-African challenges. So our mission must be to foster an innovation and then the environment where new ideas can thrive and where startups can grow and innovate without barriers. So where financial technology becomes a force for good worldwide and where the new generation, one, by building a culture of agility and experimentation. At the heart of every breakthrough in innovation is the willingness to experiment, fail fast, learn, and one can flourish. This approach encourages talent to think differently, solve complex problems creatively. Then secondly, we do this by encouraging collaboration across sectors. The most transformative fintech solutions often come from partnerships between diverse sectors. It could bring fresh perspectives, specialized expertise, and shared vision of how financial technology. So by encouraging collaboration, we can create solutions that are not only in the startups. There are so many startups. How are we encouraging them? We must need to believe in them, invest in them, so they can grow. We must be able to provide grants to these startups, create the enabling environments, the creativity of our youth. And we must also be able to harmonize global regulations. Given the global nature of fintech, we need harmonized regulations across borders, aligning regulatory frameworks with ease. There must be ease of entry into the market. Would the hurdle be too high? Advice and improve decision making. We also should be able to create an ecosystem for sustainable fintech growth. We must prioritize. The tech industry can be a powerful driver of the green economy through technologies that promote energy efficiency and reduce waste and encourage sustainable investments and services. And to educate the youth. Because there is so much skill gaps. If we are creative and very innovative, all we need to know is to provide the enabling environment. But then there are challenges ahead. How do we navigate? But yet, these are challenges that other innovation-driven nations have also confronted, but they overcame. So by tackling these issues strategically, Nigeria can create a more resilient and attractive innovation. So our journey will not be easy, but it is a necessary one. We have the potential to not only lead in Africa, but to influence global markets and narratives. Nigerian entrepreneurs are already showing the world that and courage. So empowering innovation and accelerating growth in fintech is much more than technology. It's about giving individuals the tools, the knowledge they need to succeed, to foster collaboration, to build trust, and ensuring that in industry and our efforts today will define the role fintech plays in the future. So let's commit to drive a financial ecosystem that truly serves everyone. So as we look ahead, we must be very, very intentional about building an innovation-driven economy, the one that leverages our unique strengths, investments in our people, and commits to a sustainable and inclusive future. So the potential is boundless and it is endless. So if Nigeria will not only participate in the global innovation economy, we will also help to shape it. So, and aligning your values to the path that we are in, you must be able to do the following. Number one, mindset encourages from, learning, making mistakes, and seeing challenges as opportunities rather than setbacks. This mindset fosters resilience, enabling young entrepreneurs to bounce back from failures, discipline, and commitment. So entrepreneurship requires sustained effort and dedication. You must commit to your goals with discipline. You may not find it easy, but how are you going to stop? Doing what you have started doing. You must not stop. You must stay on top of it because nothing actually comes easy. The resilience is needed. We also need to be open to learning and adaptation. We should also practice integrity and ethics. Integrity builds trust, which is fundamental for any successful business. You are encouraged to be honest and ethical in your dealings. This is not only going to establish a positive reputation, but it's also going to lead to long-term and sustainable growth. You must also be able to focus on providing value. Entrepreneurship is about solving problems and creating value for others. You must aim to understand the needs of your audience and focus on delivering solutions that make a difference. You must also be able to develop strong interpersonal skills, take calculated risks. Entrepreneurship inherently involves risk, but it's important to approach it wisely. So you must be able to analyze. Calculated risk often lead to growth and discovery. You must practice resilience and patience to render service. And if there is no satisfaction with the service you're rendering, how do you get sustained? Good. Creating a sense of purpose that goes beyond financial gain and circles and pursue ventures that are both successful and meaningful. Thank you so much for listening.
A round of applause one more time, ladies. Like you were excited. Come on, put in some energy. That was such a session. Thank you very much, ma'am. I want us to do something real quick. We have 26 alphabets in the English language, starting A to what? A to what? So if I mention A, I want you to give me any word that starts with A you have heard this morning. A, accelerate. Beans. Please give that guy plantain on top of the beans when you're sharing. So for D. Huh? Dollars. Dividend. Debtors. Are you owing your landlord? Now for E. I heard PDP in this place. So for F, what have you heard? Something you've heard today that starts with F. I didn't hear that. Fish. You people are too intelligent. A round of applause for yourself. Come on. Alrighty, I would like to, at this juncture, invite we have a panel session coming up next, and I'd like to invite my co-host to join me on stage. We're going to do this together. The session is on digital transformation in financial services, opportunities in Africa. That's what this panel segments that we have. We have incredible lineup of speakers. Incredible lineup of speakers. I'd like to Chief Executive Officer at Express Payment Solutions. Who was recently crowned, and in IT, 28 of which was spent in the banking industry, working for banks such as GT Bank, Fidelity, Polaris Bank, where she left as Executive Director, Retail and Lagos Commercial Banking. Prior to that, she was Executive Director, Technology and Services, and as Managing Director and CEO of Express Payments, a leading financial technology firm in Lagos. She has mid-jam software engineering, y'all, come on, an MSc software engineering with distinction and best result from Aston University, UK. Are you clapping or what? If I continue, we will be here till time for dinner. But ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together.
All right, our next speaker, my co-host and I just learned his name, and we want to show off, our 18 years of experience of senior management and consulting in 40 countries of Latin America, the Middle East, and Sub-Saharan Africa. He's a fintech and agri-finance scoring. He holds 2 master's degree in innovation and development from ITCLO and University of Toronto. He has a certificate in fintech from Oxford. He has a certificate from executive leadership from Cornell. And he has embarked on his doctorate in business administration in finance at the Burgundian School of Business. He is a self-employed consultant, FCAS for financial institution and development partners such as UNCDF, IFAD, IFC World Bank, IDP Invest, AFD, Vodacom, and Equity Bank. His core competencies include strategy, management, fintech, and African affairs. His mission is to leverage his expertise and credentials to create sustainable and inclusive solutions for agri-finance and climate fund. It is a great honor and great privilege.
Hey!
A round of applause for him, please.
Don't try that at home. If you can't speak French, please just
If you can't speak French,
leave it.
Mr. Belanger.
Leave it alone.
All right, thank you so much.
All right, I have to welcome next person. If I do not call out the remaining bios, we'll get to it later, but I'd like to welcome Mr. Chika Owosu, the Managing Director of Palm Pay. Can you put your hands together for Mr. Chika Owosu?
All right, next we are honored to introduce Mr. Israel Aibuedefe. I just learned that as well. He's the Executive Director at LAPO and is a distinguished speaker here today with over 25 years of experience as a business and data analyst. He has built a remarkable career focused on sales, business, and intelligence and management. His expertise lies in developing strong competitive strategies that empower businesses to enhance growth, productivity, ensuring they remain ahead in an ever-evolving market landscape. Throughout his impressive career, he has honed his skills in navigating complex business environments and driving transformative change. And so it is with great pleasure that we have him here today, Mr. Israel Aibuedefe. A round of applause for him, please.
Put your hands
Please make it
together.
better.
And we'd also like to Chinwe Michael from Business Day. A round of applause for Chinwe Michael.
Before we start, I would just like to introduce myself once more. My name is Chinwe Michael, Head Financial Inclusion, Tech Journalist at Business Day Media. So today we'll be engaging in a very interesting topic, which has to do with digital transformation in the financial services opportunity for Africa. And we have a set of speakers who are well equipped with vast knowledge to break this down, to explain what is, and also to put us through. In other developed countries where we see that they're actually doing better, yeah? So before we start, I would like each and every one of the panelists here to just quickly, in 1 minute, introduce themselves, tell us what they do in their organization, so that we'll be well informed of what those people do and how they'll be able to speak on.
Hello, good morning, everyone. My name is Israel Ibadan. I'm the Executive Director for Business Support. So what I do for my company is to look for an advisory to the board. Thank you.
Over to you, Ma.
So I'm Dr. Maki Do, the Group MD of Express Payment Solutions Limited. I'm excited to be here because I have a passion for anything to do with the youths and how you can move on. And while we'll go on to take different questions, I'd like the moderator to take more questions from you so we know what you really want to know from us today. I wonder what you want to achieve. Don't let anybody pull you back. Go for your dreams and go ahead and achieve. Thank you.
Over to you, Mr. Charles.
Hello. Hello, everybody. So my name is Charles Bellinger, or in French we say Bélanger. So I'm French-Canadian. I live in Nairobi, in Kenya. And I'm very excited to be in Ibadan. It's my first time. I came to... Thank you so much. I've had a very warm welcome yesterday already. Among others, I focus on financial inclusion. I've always worked with banks, microfinance, telcos, mobile money, on different topics. And currently, the reason why I'm here with you in Ibadan and in Nigeria is because I'm doing a doctorate, and I focus on fintech, and I want to do an experiment with B2B fintech, with focus most likely on chatbot. So if you know any chatbot that'd like to engage into a doctorate experiment with some international donors and organizations and researchers and universities, let me know.
Oh, thank you very much. So the last person seated is the head of communication and marketing at PAMPay Nigeria. So Mr. Femi, can you introduce yourself, please?
Hello, everyone. My name is Femi Hansen. I'm the head of marketing and communications at PAMPay Nigeria. I'm currently representing my MD, who could not be. I hope we can have an exciting season.
Thank you very much. So, like I said, we have amazing panels here. So I'm going to start with Dr. Maki. So as a leader in the payments and IT space, you have really vast experience. So I want you to tell us, what are they said we are still like way back, and what do you think that Africa, or should we bring it down to Nigeria, what do you think Nigeria can do to scale up in digital?
In scaling up, there's a lot we need to do. And first of all, I'd like to correct that impression. So we're not really behind. In terms of innovation, Nigeria has done a lot of things faster than some of the other countries. As an example, the instant payment that we're all used to doing, Europe is just catching up. So we've been ahead in certain things. Even in terms of your cards that you use for payments that has chip and pin, America was catching up. I mean, they were using mainly magnetic. But in terms of adoption, yes, so that's where we're lagging behind. In terms of how many people do we have who are financially literate? The last report from about using a financial service, and that says a lot. It means only 65% of the adult population actually use one form of financial service or the other. So yes, we do have a lot of catch-up to do there. How can we catch up to meet the needs of these people? What have we done so far in Nigeria? I believe when we set up, today we have over 48,000 agents spread across over 700 local governments in the country. You can imagine what it would take a bank to cash in, cash out. So they're able to reach people in their neighborhood. So in trying to grow this, I believe that using the agency banking scheme, and of course we need a lot of education, because some people don't even know that these things exist and the benefits. So we must continue to do a lot of education for people to know that this is possible, this is available. And the agents today do a lot to ensure that you're able to help them open accounts in all these locations, because these accounts usually don't reside with the fintech companies that have the agency banking. So the level of employment also increased, because there are some people you talk to and they say, I don't even have, I'm not employed. What money am I taking to the bank? So of course, social things need to improve also for us to have more people coming into that system. But I believe that using the agency banking, the microfinance banks, those little grassroots who are able to go there and speak the language. Remember that there's a lot of well-dressed, but if you have a local person there, maybe a small agent who they know around, just somebody who has a little shop, and is speaking the language, it'll be easier for them to understand, and you can bring them into the system. Another thing I think we need to do a lot more is what I call co-petition. So today, a lot of people look at how can I compete? But I look at competition means cooperation and competition. So yes, we're competing, but we're cooperating. If we cooperate together, a lot of the...
Much. So if there's one thing I learned so far, she said Africa is not really back, which is something I know I can take home with. Nigeria, sorry, digitally served. So when you talk of financial services, other financial services, we have payments, we have credits, we have loans and all. So moving over to you, Mr. Israel. So I want you to, I know you sit on the chair of LAPO, where LAPO, how has credit played in financial services? And also, you sit on the seat, you understand the markets, you know what people go through to get through these credits, and you have also tried to simplify it as well. So how has credit played a role in digital financial services?
Okay. Hello. Thank you. Credit has played a huge role in financial services improvement in Nigeria. And it came especially from when we started operating. We've been operating for more than 30 years now. That most of the business people that want to do business at the bottom are not able. There was really no form of digitization that could help grow it. And that part was that as we started to drive that, we started to improve the lives of so many people at the bottom, and then we started to spread across Nigeria. Then we started to see very huge opportunity in that space, and we were glad that the government also saw that and started to also empower organizations like us, and also give more licenses to lots of other microfinance banks to drive that that sector. So I think so far that has brought a lot of improvement in the lives of so many Nigerians, especially at the bottom line. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. So moving over to you, Mr. Femi, please can you tell us how do you address trust and security concerns to encourage?
So first thing I'll say is that trust is not something you claim. It's something that you earn over time. And for us at Pampe, trust has basically been at the, building trust has basically been at, first is user education. And we do it differently at PalmPay compared to our competitors on other platforms, right? And we know that technology for that is like saying a teacher telling a child, right, to the importance of washing their hands, right? And so you tell them, go and wash your hand. Next stage is to educate them about washing their hands. And an example of that would be, if you wash your hand, you kill germs, right? So at that point, they are aware and they're educated. So we currently do user educations across all our customer touch points, from social media to emails to offline activities. And we're doing this work literally. Why I say literally is that, for example, last week was the International Fraud Awareness Week, and we were on the streets of Lagos, walking the walk about fraud and fraud prevention tips. And during that walk, we saw that we saw over spikes across our social media pages, followers, engagement across our social media pages, and people just learning tips, right, about fraud. So that's the first step, user education. We are as transparent as possible with our customers. We currently have 24/7 customer service, right? So our customer service is open round the clock, literally always working. And we did something recently, about 2 months ago, right? We moved our social media customer service team to the marketing team, which is my team. And with that, we might not resolve your problem at that moment, but we'll engage you, we'll speak to you. And our customers are more comfortable knowing that, okay, these guys are making an effort to resolve my challenge. And with that, we know we are building trust one way or the other with our customers. And the third level of that will be compliance. And we have set up various infrastructures. We have issues related to fraud already being prevented before it happens. So I'll say that's how we're addressing trust issues in relation to adoption and bringing customers on board.
Thank you very much. Please clap for our panelists now. Okay, so Mr. Charles, as a finance expert, I know you have a much understanding to global trends because your bio states that you actually have a master's in finance. So support Africa digital transformation efforts while ensuring financial accessibility and income.
Thank you. Okay, great. That's a great question. I think it needs some breakdown first. So I think like Marquis said earlier, global are the ones that are coming from Africa, from the region, because the technologies that are conceived here, so really when we talk about global, we really mean the ones that are the most relevant are the ones that come from the region, from other countries of the region, can be from Kenya, but this can be interpreted and has been interpreted in so many ways over the last 10 years. And there's been a big evolution of what is digital transformation. Several years ago, we were just talking about going from, and now we talk more and more about using AI along this process. So those are three examples of innovation. Either we talk about an incremental innovation or a sustaining innovation, which could be paper, or we can eventually talk about more radical, disruptive innovation, which could, and this innovation. And that's where this disruptive innovation is so important. But in order to develop a disruptive innovation, you first need to have a business that works well. For if you are a bank or some incremental innovation, make sure your business is at least profitable, and then you can think in reaching the last mile, some new market segments with some disruptive innovation. So that's if you are an incumbent like Lapo. Of course, if you are a challenger and you're looking at competition, then it's a bit different. Then you just bet straight on this disruptive, radical innovation, which will lead you to. So I'll conclude this just by saying that now we have this question. Of course, now you have all those kiosks around. Solution brings to the market. But what we don't have yet so much is some systematic and in-depth assessment, or let's call them experiment, in a test control setup of solutions to see what works. But I'll get back to this point at the next question.
That AI has evolved over time. And Mr. Charles made mention of how AI has actually changed a lot of things in financial services. So, Madam Mamaki, please, I would like to ask to be able to scale up, to be able to compete or scale up with global industries and address unique. How can Africa address unique challenges with these innovations?
I'd like to first say that every time we hear AI and everything, we think it's something so. People in the room today, how many of you use AI? Okay, that's good. And if I ask, what do you use any fancy thing, or you just use the one on WhatsApp? There's AI on WhatsApp. There's ChatGPT. How many use ChatGPT? Beautiful, I love this house. You know, it shows that that's the difference when you're dealing with the younger people and other people. You'll see that a lot of them don't use ChatGPT. They think ChatGPT or the one on basic things. So when we look at AI, yes, before I go to businesses, it's something we use in our individual lives. Can you give the vote of thanks for your uncle? I said, oh, this is sudden. They didn't tell me. And I just went on. I didn't go to ChatGPT. I went on the one on WhatsApp and just said, do a nice letter, a nice farewell, thank you, vote of thanks for a late uncle. We tend to use AI a lot. Now, as regards businesses, there are so many different areas where there's so many they can come up with. You have charts that help you now to develop part of your programs, and then you amend. There's a lot you can do. But as a collective, how can we further utilize this better? It comes to collaboration also. We need the entire ecosystem needs to work together to be able to do much, to take it to much larger. It's not just using it for the minimal things that we use it for. It's expensive when you want to really set up, you want to train the data and build your own AI. You see, even those things you use, they don't have too much on Nigeria. When you're talking about data, there's certain things you want, you find out that even ChatGPT will give you wrong data on it because they don't have enough training data. So it's something that different parties have to come together, both the government, the private sector, young startups, companies, to utilize what is available out there to build. With AI, you can simplify a lot of things. A lot more things that would have taken you time to. There are startups in the room today, or those who are aspiring to start their own businesses. So you want to do a detailed business plan. You can use AI and tell it, this is what I want to do. Come up with my business plan for me. It will come up with a business plan. It would even tell you the different things. How do you go to market? It will put it for you. But what I say is, when you generate that, you need to be able to amend it. So don't copy ChatGPT word for word and use it. Please, you need to amend it, because somebody else then using ChatGPT will just see that you copied it word for word, and then it becomes an issue. And if there are students in the room, don't use AI for your exams, because I think really it's something that the entire ecosystem needs to work on to build it, to use this technology, but we shouldn't be left behind, because there are courses you can go use AI. The tools are out there. Start to use it as a collective. While we use it in our companies, we together in the ecosystem.
Thank you very much, Ma. Okay, so moving over to you, Mr. Israel. Please, can you tell us how do you balance competition with traditional bank while fostering collaboration for a more inclusive?
It's not easy to be faced with competition. First of all, what we do is that we learn the weaknesses, set out to do. That is, what problem were we set out to do? What problem were we set out to solve? Why did we have the concept of how we design our business, how we design our product? What were we trying to solve? If it's not what we can match, what can we do in order to be relevant? If our approach is improve along that line. And then when we are faced with other form of competition that tend to be outside. Take for instance when this AI thing good speed, and we started having the likes of fintechs before the boom on AI. We started having lots of, say, okay, what's the approach? What's the approach? First of all, was to send some of our staff to Harvard to learn some programs there. We sent some to London Business School to learn what it was all about. We didn't want to be carried away by the hype. Then we started to upgrade a very good and large number of our management staffs to Lagos Business School to begin to understand what the new terrain is all about. Oh, but in summary, let me not say too long or say too much, set out to solve, because that ultimately keeps you in the business. Because if you plan to improve the lives, now that you are helping to solve that challenge, how do you improve? If you're having competitors come into your space, how do you improve? How do you, some of the things that we do to ensure that we remain in business, to ensure that we continue to serve those that require our service, and also start to put things in place to ensure that competitors don't take away our business. But why we really don't, we're actually solving these problems, and for the fact that we are also learning the strengths of the competitors and then putting the needed plans in place to respond so that we'll continue to solve that problem. The market woman that we'll be trying to help starts to digitalize. We will not stay in the past. We will also grow with the tomato seller or the person, the shop trader, the quality of their stock, of their business, to ensure that as they grow, we're able to serve them in a way that they remain in business. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Okay, so if you have any questions, please keep it in no distance time. We're going to move over to question and answer section. So just keep your questions. And I hope, so we know that in the fintech space, there are lots of competition. We know that government regulation, financial
without having proper KYC and putting regulatory measures in place. Right?
Yeah,
What's
like now.
What I'm saying that
and the only way for you to regulate something, it means that the thing must be already existing, right? So we innovate first, then we regulate. So the regulators would always be there to guide us whenever we make a misstep, right? And put us back on the right track. So I think that's what I can say from my own perspective about that question.
Thank you very much. So you answered so well, but there were some things I actually want to hear, but I will not put you in trouble. So let's just go ahead. So it's also brought into the mobile money system to ensure that mobile money also grows. So with that done, in improvement of digital financial services. Now, when I talk about other regions, I see that you're a fintech expert in Kenya. You've also gone to Cote d'Ivoire. You've known probably their fintech, how they actually do transactions there. So probably you can just from this country and how we can implement it in our own financial services to ensure that we grow and we also be able to scale up with these other countries.
Thank you. Thank you so much for this question. So there are different regions. I've worked in Latin America. I worked a bit in Asia, in North Africa. I work now a lot in East Africa and in Ivory Coast and West Africa as well. So all the continents, of course, and all those sub-regions are different. In Latin America,
to be more efficient in their operations. So that's where they are in their development process. It's a market that is a bit more advanced, but at the same time they're not very successful with disruptive innovation or B2C fintechs because of this regulation, KYC that have been pushed by the government and that bank a lot of new customers and gave a lot of opportunity to B2C fintechs as well and serving them. In North Africa, it remains very conservative. So the successful experiences there is mainly about the mobile money, M-Pesa, and so on. So as much as it's becoming repetitive, the vision that we are not building enough on. So mobile money, agency banking, there's so much to do on this, USSD channels, and often the banks and even the microfinance, they will keep focusing on technologies that will be a bit more sophisticated, where they're help your customers, where there's going to be a payoff in the short term, and they don't invest so much in those basic technologies, reaching out to the masses, and that will give them profit in the medium term. So this is, for me, the big lesson learned that I've seen. Of course, regulation has a big role to play in this, but it's not only about regulation. Actually, in Africa, in financial inclusion, or we call it accessibility literature, there's way too much emphasis on what the regulator does and how it affects us as a fintech, as the banks, and not enough focus on what the banks and question of really doing some in-depth experiment with some fintechs, with some partner
financial institutions, and to look at the internal factors of influence, like sound management practices, looking at the customer's needs, having multidisciplinary teams, and just look at the big picture. So that's very important, and that's what I've seen in those most successful markets. We still see a very atomized market where a lot of retail banks still focus on bigger customers, and okay, there are the LAPOs and the microfinance institutions that are doing tremendous work at the bottom of the pyramid, or co-opetition that should take place, that is not taking place as much in Nigeria as we see elsewhere. So the call here is for studying more what could be done, what is already done, could train other fintechs, other financial institutions in doing more of those co-opetition experiences.
Thank you very much. So if there's one thing I know I learned, is a call to study more innovations that have already taken place in Nigeria to be able to build more on it. And please, if you have any questions for our panelists, please, can you just signify by raising up your hands if you have any questions for them? Okay, we have some hands. We have some
Have questions, please just meet me out here. I'll take your questions.
Just about, do you have questions?
So tell us your name, what you do, and questions.
Thank you very much for the panel. My name is Remy. My first question could be answered by Ms. Maki and Mr. David, and of course, for embedded finance in other verticals. So we have noticed telcos like MTN going into the mobile money, seeing them provide things like credit loans to get your airtime now and pay later. So what opportunities do you see where we can compete to provide embedded finance services into telco services that we provide to customers? And for Mr. Bolangeri, we are currently developing an AI chatbot to serve customers, and we are exploring entering into the Francophone Africa. So, je voudrais parler avec vous, s'il vous plaît. So, first is about opportunities in embedded finance in telco, and the second is about, for Mr. Bolangeri, what parallels do you see between South America and Africa and our tech ecosystem, and where Africans can see opportunities for scaling or learning from what is happening over there? Thank you very much.
Do we take all the questions together or answer them one after?
I think they should answer this first. Yes.
All right, please go ahead. Go ahead, ma'am. Go ahead, please.
Loans or what?
So what we provide is, we provide uncapped Wi-Fi internet.
You provide?
Uncapped Wi-Fi internet.
Okay.
2,000 money this week. And we tell them, okay, you get your money, you get your service now, then you pay back later. And also, if you're going to give them like small, tiny loans, how can we embed that system into ours?
Okay, thank you. Now I better understand it. There's so much.
And part of what we said is looking at is today, when you're giving loans on people who are not in the formal sector, who are the small players, they really don't have data. So they're looking for that. You can actually partner with those credit bureaus, but they're trying to build that database. You can partner with them, get that data. The other thing I see you can do is you can work with existing fintechs. So as an example, I have agents. I have over 48,000.
Let me tell them your position for the guys when they ask question. Me not
for these agents, they have
your position for them.
We're getting data. If you give them this service, they pay later. So if you have a good relationship with a fintech like Express Payment Solutions, our agency banking arm, you can then provide that service. What would that do?
It will help you scale, because then you can reach a larger customer base faster. And then, in a way, you can have, if the agents agree to sign, it means that they can pay you directly. So rather than you waiting for the agent to pay you, you give it to them, and there's a risk they won't pay. You can partner with the fintech to say, from whatever money they make, can I get my payment and additional income, and to spread your customer base. So this will help you scale fast, rather than having to go to each of these people. So,
do you have something to add? Okay, I have another question for him. Do you remember the question?
So yes, can you please repeat the question?
Okay. You say you've worked in South America and you've worked in Africa. Now, these are both third world continents. Now, of course, South America is much closer to America. They have a much developed system. They currencies have much more strength. So what could African startups that we can emphasize on so that we'll be able to have a more, I don't want to use robust, but we can have more success in our entry into the markets in Africa and in South America?
So you're talking about cross-border payment between Africa and Latin. Okay. Yeah. So what is pretty good in Latin America and South America in general, incrementally their technology in a very systematic manner. They've built some solid foundation and they've really paid attention to details. So this is what is quite outstanding. If you go to a bank in most Latin American countries, you'll see that procedures have been written and updated. Well, first they've been written, I don't know, 5, 10 years ago, and then they've been updated very rigorously following a structured process. And the internal control department, for example, has provided recommendation based on their audit on a regular basis about what can be improved and so on. So in other words, they've improved their practice and with staff that is fairly mature in their institution. And in the end, they've reached a pretty good level of maturity. So that's what can be learned there. I think here maybe in Nigeria, your retail banking sector, the large SME banks that you have, or even the corporate banks, they may have had incrementally over the years. What they don't have in Latin America that Nigeria has and Africa has is that here the market is much more dynamic, much less mature, there's much more to do, and we can skip steps. And that's what people do all the time. So there's much more space for disruption and radical innovation in this environment than in Latin America. But you know, in innovation, you want to use innovation that you've developed. And it's not always the same team members and not the same mindset that will bring you to this stability. So what you can learn from, we can say Latin America, or we can even say retail banking or corporate banking in C, right? You serve customers or you serve banks? Okay, so you serve customers, so you're probably more of a disruptive model because that's usually what happens when you serve customers directly. It's a bit more disruptive. In your team, or make sure that in your team you also have some people that have more of a conservative mindset. They may be coming from the retail banks, audited, and the recommendations from the auditors are incorporated in your procedures. And you go through this phase for 1 year or 2, and then after that you also push it specifically about payments, but it's about innovation in general.
Okay, good afternoon. A microcredit and contribution collection organization that offers basically revolving microcredit loans and daily contribution collection. So what you call alajo, either for loan repayments or contribution collection for their savings. We are currently interested in digitizing our operations and make it a little more 21st century compliant. We've been using just papers and just computer systems to keep track of these records. So we're looking out for technology partners who may be interested in partnering with us in achieving this milestone in our business. At the moment, we require it to loan disbursements, loan repayments, contribution collection. I have a question for Mr. Charles. You mentioned something about a chatbot development.
Make use of
what we have to sort of partner with the development that you're trying to achieve.
Thanks. So, well, I can tell you a little bit more about what I'm trying to do through. Basically, I've already mentioned that a lot of what has been studied in depth through experiment is about the macro environment, regulation, and so on. What has not yet been studied much is about internal practices, management, for example, marketing, HR, project management, choice of technology, and so on, in the financial institution. This has not yet been studied so much in the context of innovation. So specifically in my research, and I want to study this, they have a pipe of potential partners, so I can do it with you, but they can also do it with you and with other partners, so it's not limited to me. And basically what we're looking for is it's basically a fintech, a B2B fintech. We prefer the B2B fintech that partner with financial institutions, pushed with, let's say, 250 customers over 3 months, and another scenario where then we monitor over 3 months in a very rigorous manner. So we used to call that randomized control. This is all about, you know, that's the same thing we do in medicine, or that's the same thing we do when we test a vaccine. We look at, call that a 2x2 experiment, okay, in natural sciences. And the idea is just to see what's going to be the impact. We measure this impact after 3 months, selected, but at the end of the experiment, we can say with a statistical significance and the probability, a certain level of confidence that approval decision. So as the innovation, let's say your innovation is about financial education, for example, or your innovation is about chatbot. So basically the customer has some questions about the loan approval process. He wants to know what are the requirements. He wants to know what's going to be the turnaround time. He wants to know where is the nearest POS agent close by, for example, assuming that you offer a chatbot. Then we want to measure, is the approval rate going to be higher because the chatbot is used? Okay, so that's the kind of experiment that we're looking at doing with this international research partner. Their name is IPA, Innovation Poverty Action. That's one of the partners that I'm doing those kind of research with. It could also be with others if you want. They work with many other donors. So if you're interested in this type of experiment, it's possible. Here I'll warn you, the experiments, they need to be very simple and short, with some clear hypotheses and interactions with customers. Okay. Of course, data privacy also has to be respected, and all of those things we can discuss in details later, but yes, those are the kind of opportunities, and eventually when you do an experiment like this, then the question is, in Abuja branch, in Ibadan branch, but it hasn't been successful, how the field staff communicate with clients, is marketing being used differently, and that's where we get this internal.
Thank you. Any other question?
Good morning, I'm Snolua. I'm a front-end developer. So I have a backstory. So I graduated from secondary school at age 16. So I got into I was given a laptop, so I tried to learn skills online. So in the process, I tried to and I'm in Nigeria because it's like stereotypical that we are scammers. So they don't usually allow service like that. So my question is that, what are the technical skills like programming language we can learn to get into the payment or like like e-commerce and payment space? So that's my question.
What I'll say is that commerce, so there are learning centers, there are learning organizations. I'm also sure that there are tech firms that can teach you. There are lots of them out there, and I wouldn't want to mention any name now, but I'm sure if you are good with Google and search engines, you'll be able to get some good ones. Good names like, sorry, I don't want to mention it, like I said before. Interact with colleagues, because this question, I've heard it before. Also giving the same advice. Interact with colleagues if you are a friendly person. You want to go into an e-commerce business, ask about it. Look for organizations that can teach you very well, and I'm sure you'll be up to a good start. Thank you.
Okay. In terms of languages, you want to look at C#, Python, Java. Those are the main languages, and then Android, iOS, how to build iOS solutions, Android solutions. Those are the languages you need to learn.
He also talked about the fact that he's not 18 yet and he doesn't have a mean of earning with his current skill, or if he learns this skill,
yeah, so
because of the age restriction.
I think, okay, he said you're not 18, so you're not able to get your payment. Do I call the person a partner or a mentor? Who you work with. And so that person, you work together, he gets the payment and gives you something on it. You are below the age. But if you're working with a senior person together, because anybody doing anything with you will be more like child abuse. So if you're working with the school, Act says they should come and get some work experience for a week. We don't pay them anything because that's child labor. They are coming to learn. So they just come and learn with us and then they go.
All right. Good afternoon. My name is Kehinde Lawal. I'm the founder of Filter.ng, an e-commerce platform for quality made-in-Nigeria products, specifically building materials and farm produce. So I've learned a lot from this panel, and a lot has been said about fintech and the market people who want to help can prevent their capital. So I want to ask, what features does unified payments system or PAMPay have to help the average market woman who is trading, but at the end of the year, the value of their investment keep going down? Somebody that can buy, let me say, a truckload of cement in 2020, right now they can only buy half or a quarter of it. So I believe it's not just payment of the currency. How can they survive? Thank you.
Is anyone can answer it?
Okay, let me take a stab at it. We try our best to support businesses and customers, right, to stay ahead of the curve when it comes to inflation. And how we try to do that is we offer, for example, you make a transaction at the beginning of the year and you get paid, right? That's 1,000 naira you get paid. You can save it and earn 26, right? At the rate that inflation is growing, you know that, okay, that value of the money would remain the same or would have increased size of businesses. We have over 600,000 businesses in Nigeria that are currently onboarded on us, and about 500,000 agents across the country, right? These agents are actually saving more than our regular customers, right? Because once they receive money, right, aside the money to see if we can increase our interest rates, make it more attractive for people to come on board. But yeah, so that's what we're doing.
Okay, so fintech space. Starting with you, sir.
Okay. We're already seeing a lot of hypes out there, and a bit driven by the West and Asia. My personal message is that we should begin to have lots of Nigerians should go into research programs that can encourage local innovation, and I'm sure that we'll begin to the AI activities that we're seeing all around. So that's my message. If you know that you are into tech business, into that can go into development, that can foster local local initiatives. I'm sure that will help. We can be able to serve those at the bottom of the pyramid. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Maki.
Okay, what we'll see more in 2025 will be more of the use of biometrics. So we're moving away from passwords and all that. We're looking at how can you just using passwords, giving ID. Can you use face recognition, finger recognition? So if you're someone who is innovative, start looking at solutions in that area. Another thing we would see is more the use of cardless, so cardless payments. We'll see a lot more today, people having to use their cards, but people don't want to carry cards. I mean, you can do a lot of payments with just your phone. So if you're building apps, on which the economy is forcing us to do is the cost of POS machines. So the POS machines you see everywhere in the shops, hotels, restaurants. People will be looking out for how can we make payments and take out the POS machines. So think in that line. What solutions can you be building? What can we think about that we can use? Some are already in the market. I mean, we have contacted, we have a lot of things. We have mobile apps that you can use for payments, but that's the direction. We want to be able to pay. And then in thinking of what to do, we have to look at what is stopping it today. Today, people want to use a POS because they want to have their receipt. They want to have their receipt. They are more comfortable with it. That, yes, I've seen my receipt, it's been done. So in thinking of what to do, innovation, what can I do that will still give people that level of confidence? Those are some of the things you need to think about. And a lot of young people here, a lot of innovators, come up with the solutions, contact. And when you get some of these things, you don't have to try to build alone. Think about partnerships. Can you scale working with a bigger fintech? Can you take the solution to them to say, I have this. What can we do? How can we share? Because that's a way you can scale much faster. Thank you.
30 seconds, Mr. Charles.
Final words, 30 seconds.
Yeah.
Any final words from you?
Thank you. So my final word is, as a fintech or as an individual, as a student, and then secondly, if you think it can be shared, share it. You can share maybe because you want to sell your own solution, sell your own product, but too often we keep whatever we produce for ourselves, and we think that, okay, it's a great idea, but or it will be better not only because I can complement it with another idea, but also because I need a partner to do this correctly. And then you work with someone else. But the basis of all this, before sharing, you also say, okay, ChatGPT told me that this is good. What do you think about that? That's not enough. Or whatever you produce through ChatGPT, you need to give him a lot of. So that will be my last say. And of course, in the very end, if you partner with a fintech, if you partner with different organizations, and you think you can even go the last mile and do an experiment, then of course come to see me or ask me who you can partner with to do experiment and
innovation to expect in 2025.
All right. I'm very happy she mentioned, Madam Express mentioned POS, right? I remember about 3-4 years ago, my former CEO is here, Mr. Oluwakamo, former CEO of OPE. Then we used to look at POS, and we always said it was a 3, 4, 5 year plan. We didn't know things would get this bad in terms of currency valuation. So I think going forward, we'll see a lot more deviceless solutions, right? Pay with X, pay with this, pay with that, coming forward. And I think people should pay attention to that. Also, I'll say see more of insurance on a fintech app. You see more of loans, more of savings, just value-added services that that people require.
Right. We've come to the end of this panel section.
Thank you. Can you put your hands together once more, ladies and gentlemen? That was such an incredible session. Can we have pictures, please, before you leave? Can we have pictures? Where are my guys at? The photographers? Let's take a quick picture. If David is in the room, it would be nice to join us. David, if you're anywhere close by, please join us. Alrighty, I have some announcements, some good news, some exciting news from Skrilla. Skrilla is one of our exhibitors and partners today. Skrilla is giving out free phone repair vouchers worth 50,000 naira and 250,000 naira to prime and executive pass holders. So if you're a prime and executive pass holder, Skrilla has phone vouchers, phone repair vouchers for you if you have anything to do with repairing your phone. So you can just get yours at the Skrilla stand just behind the booth here. Then also another good news from InDrive. So I'm sure a few of us came in here this morning booking a ride. So if you came with InDrive or you plan to go back home and come back tomorrow with InDrive, you can use the 50% cashback on all rides on InDrive. So I came in this morning, I didn't know about this and had to pay full amount. But now, guess what? I'll be going back with 50% cashback on InDrive. So you need to meet to the InDrive team just outside the room here. Meet to the InDrive team outside the room here and get yours. And it's valid for today and tomorrow. I have some other announcements as well. So we're going to break out into 3 sessions. We have 3 sessions now. For prime and executive ticket holders who are interested to go attend the startup stage. The startup stage is to your right. Just up there, we have 2 screens upstairs, to the right and left. So to your right, to your right, to your right, you're facing me. So to your right up there, you have a stage, the startup stage, and we're going on a quick 5-minute break at 10:10. We're going to have a fireside chat first before the startup pitch is Mrs. Mope Abudu. She'll be up there, so she'll do the fireside chat first before the pitch session continues. Then we also have stage 2. We also have stage 2 up there to your left. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yeah, this is better. So we have this second stage up there, and it's a session on scaling African startups, lessons in leadership, innovation, and fintech inclusion by the one and only Olu Akomo. He's going to be taking the session at stage 2. Now, for the main stage here, we have a panel session on maximizing risk or minimizing risk, maximizing value for emerging technology. So that session will hold here, and the speakers there are Mrs. Ochanya Danugo, Dayo Odulate Ademola, and we have 2 more persons on that panel session. So we have 3 sessions starting 10:10. So in 5 minutes, you can go around and just stretch your legs a bit and go upstairs. For those who are interested in the startup stage, the pitch, those who are here for the pitch competition, you're going to be up there. Those who want to participate in the session on scaling African startups, lessons in leadership and innovation for fintech inclusion. That stage up there to your left, upstairs, and right here is the panel session on minimizing risk, maximizing value of emerging technology. So we have a very rich panel here. Alrighty. So ladies and gentlemen, you have the announcements. Skrilla has goodies for you. InDrive has goodies for you as well. Would like you to take some time for 5 minutes, walk around, and you can go upstairs. DJ, there's one song that's coming to my mind right now. I don't know. There's one song that says, "Able God, shower your blessings. We want this morning." If you can find that song. Able God, shower your blessings. Please don't forget to go and go around the conference. Please ensure to carry along with you your personal effects. Do not leave your personal belongings on your chair. Carry them with you and make sure you connect, you engage, you interact with people as well. So we have 3 stages. There's one going on here. There are 2 others upstairs. And I'll recite once again. And please, while you are upstairs, there are headphones. You will have headphones for the session. Please, the headphones are not among the goodies. Please, in all you do, please don't go with the headphones. We still need them later today and tomorrow, please. And even tomorrow, please, in the name of God and anything else you believe in, after you've used the headphones, keep them back on the seats or give them back to the attendant. The headphones are not among the goods you are going home with. You're going home with a lot of connection, information, and all that. So for the fireside chat on investing in Africa, fueling innovation and growth, happening at the startup stage, that is being handled by Mrs. Mukwe Abudu, that is handling upstairs. So Sheyi can take her upstairs, can take Mrs. Abudu upstairs. Then for stage 2 on scaling African startups, lessons in leadership, innovation, and fintech inclusion, happening at stage 2 upstairs. That's by Uncle Olu Akomo, CEO Philip and Samuel Advisory and former CEO OP Nigeria. Then we have the session, the panel session on minimize risk and maximize value of emerging technology, happening on the main stage here. So those who are for this session here, you want to remain here, please, we need you to come closer, come forward. If you're for the session here, please, we need you in the first 2-3 seats here. Please come forward. But for those who are for the startup stage, I can see you upstairs. Those are for Uncle Olu Akomo session. That's on stage 2 upstairs. Please make your way upstairs after you're done using the convenience and all of that. So to moderate the session happening in the room here on minimize risk and maximize value of emerging technology, that session would be moderated by Titi Layo Obileye. She's handling that session. Then for the, I think Zainab will coordinate with the startup stage. Zainab is coordinating the startup stage. Richie, are you in stage 2? Yes, Richie is handling stage 2. So those who are here for the session on minimize risk and maximize value of emerging technology, we have one of the speakers on this session, Somalia Dogara, COO and co-founder of Seedfi. We also have Mrs. Ochanya Danugo, who gave a keynote speech earlier. She's also in the session happening down here. Then we also have Dayo Odulate Ademola, Managing Director of Branch International. She'll be here on stage for the session happening here. Then we also have Temidayo Onyosun, founder Space in Africa. He's also on the panel stage happening here. Then we have, that's all. Temidayo, Mrs. Ochanya, Dayo Odulate, Titilayo, and Somalia down here. So for the stage up there, we have stage 2. Please remember it's for Uncle Olu Akomo. That's his session. And for the startup stage, the first fireside chats would happen by Mrs. Mokwe Abudu. Thank you very much. DJ, give us some music when you can. All right, everyone, good afternoon once more. If you're here for the panel session, let me see your hand up. The panel session I just called out on minimize risk and maximize the value of emerging technology. I suppose that's everyone here. Please, I'd like you to come fill up the spaces in front of you. If there's an empty seat in front of you, please just fill it up. If you have an empty space in front of you, please fill it up. All right. Okay. So please fill out. If you're not with us, you're against us. So it's either you are here in one of the 3 sessions. You can't be aloof at this time. So if you're not here, you should be in one of the sessions. You came, so you should get absolute value for coming. So we need you to be in one of the sessions. All of them are packed, equally packed. And I understand it can be a hectic job getting to choose which one you want. But please, you have to be in one of the sessions. So if you're sitting far away, you can either join us or find the session that best speaks to what you're looking for. If there are empty seats in front of you, please fill them out. And yes. Then I'd also like to call downstairs all the photographers and videographers. We have a little award ceremony to perform. If you're a photographer, official photo and videographer for this event, please, we need you downstairs at this time. We have a little ritual to conduct, an award ceremony. All the photographers and videographers, we need you. And if you are by the photo booth, this is not the time for pictures. I think we've had some sessions earlier. We're still going to have time for a break where you can take pictures. This is the time to be in one of the stages, either the startup stage or the session handled here at stage 2. I would be inviting shortly the speakers rather. I'd like to invite to the stage. I'd like to invite to the stage here on the ground floor, the main stage, Temidayo Oniosun. I'd like to invite Dr. Aristotle to join us on stage for a very short award presentation. Dr. Aristotle, my uncle from NITDA, he'll be presenting an award to please, someone help me call Dr. Aristotle to help present the award to Mrs. Maki Idowu. Mrs. Maki Idowu, you have an award to receive on stage. Sorry we're stressing you. We're just excited to have you in the room today. Please, a round of applause for her. Come on, she had a powerful... We need your help with presenting this award. Yes, thank you. Please, a round of applause for him as he makes his way to the stage. Away from. Thank you very much. On behalf of the conveners of the Ibadan Startup Fest 2024, thank you for your contribution. Thank you. If you're clapping, you can make it better. Come on. Thank you. If you still have people outside, please, it's time to invite them into the room. We have Dr. Olu sitting and waiting for the participants of his session. I also have Mrs. Mokpe Abudu as well, waiting for the participants to join. Okay, I am sorry, Uncle Olu. I'm going to ask you for a favor. Uncle Olu Akomo, I have an award for you, sir. So please, if you can, I'd like you to come downstairs. Yes, sir. Yes. We have an award for you, and Dr. Aristotle will present that. Then we also have an award for Mrs. Ochanya Dan Ugo. Please put your hands together for Mrs. Ochanya Dan Ugo. She's been such an immense blessing to us this morning. Her session was fire. She is truly a woman of excellence. A round of applause for her. If you're clapping, you can make it louder and louder and louder. Thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you for your contribution to the ecosystem. Thank you for being a shining light and example. Thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, Mrs. Ochanya Dan Ugo. I thought you were putting your hands together for her. Come on. Thank you. Thank you so much, everyone. All right, up next to receive his award is Mr. Olu Akomo. I like to call him my uncle and my lecturer because he taught me at the Lagos Business School, and I always remember his class, especially the Blue Ocean Strategy class in strategy. Thank you very much, Uncle Olu Akomo, for your immense contribution to the Nigerian tech ecosystem. He's making his way downstairs. Please, a round of applause one more time for Dr. Aristotle. Thank you for always jumping at every opportunity to help the system, the ecosystem, the tech community in Nigeria and in West Africa. Thank you for all you do at NITDA. Thank you very much. So yes, a round of applause for Mr. Olu Akomo as he makes his way to the stage to receive his award. He is the CEO of Philip and Samuel Advisory and the former CEO of OP Nigeria. A round of applause. Is that the best you can do? Thank you. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much, sir. Just a moment. I'd like to welcome Mrs. Ochanya Dan Ugo to help us present the award to Dr. Aristotle. You never saw that coming. Please, let's put our hands together for Dr. Aristotle. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, sir. A round of applause for him one more time, ladies and gentlemen. Alrighty, so I'll be handing this over to Titilayo Obilaye, who will be moderating the panel session on minimize risk and maximize value of emerging technology. And to welcome, let me just welcome the speakers. On this session, we have, once again, coming back on stage, Mrs. Ochanya Dan Ugo. A round of applause for her. So she's in this panel session. We have Dayo Odulate Ademola. Dayo, this is the time to come on stage. And we also have Somalia Dogara, who is the Chief Operating Officer at co-founder of SeedFi. So Somalia Dogara, this is your moment. We need you on stage. Please put your hands together for them.
Okay.
And welcome. All right. So while we're getting ready for the session to kick off, we have one more award to give out. So we have one more award to present to Mr. Israel Ibadan. He is the executive director of Lakpo Microfinance, one of the biggest microfinance banks in Nigeria. And to do the honors, I'll just ask her, since she's on stage, Mrs. Ochanya Danugo, please one more time. A round of applause for her one more time as she helps us with presenting this award to Mr. Israel. Thank you for your incredible work at Lakpo Microfinance and your contribution to the startup ecosystem in Nigeria. Thank you very much, sir. But we have 3 sessions going on at the same time right now. We have a session up there handled by Uncle Olu Akomo, and that session is on scaling African startups, lessons in leadership, innovation, and fintech inclusion. So please, that session is ongoing up there as we speak right now. So for startup founders, would-be founders, you're interested in that session from a man who has scaled a company like Ope, you want to learn directly from him. So we need you upstairs at the points. And if you're also pitching your startup today, you're supposed to be at stage 1. Then if you want to be here for the session, please, you can go ahead as I hand this back to my colleague, Titi Layo Obileye. A round of applause for her, ladies and gentlemen. Please put your hands together for, is she not beautiful?
Thank you so much, Mr. Kenneth. Please celebrate Mr. Kenneth. Thank you. I'm always very excited whenever I'm being called up to probably moderate sessions with young people. So I want to feel the energy. I don't want you to be distracted. I just want to feel the energy because I'll be using your energy on this session. Thank you very much. My name is Titilayo Obileye. I am the technical assistant to the governor of Ekiti State on communications, content creation. And on this panel session, we'll be talking on minimizing risk and maximizing value of emerging technology. And we'll be having here Mr. Temidayo, who's represented here. That's the founder of Space in Africa. He's represented here by Mrs. or Miss, hold on please, by Miss Ayoluwa Adetola. Please a round of applause as she comes up on stage. Keep it coming. Please keep celebrating until she has a seat. Thank you so much. Okay, so she's the Programs and Corporate Communications Associate at Space in Africa. She has organized and managed various on-site and virtual events to provide business development opportunities for critical African space and satellite industry stakeholders. So I'm reading this because our profile is not on the website, so we want you to go on the website and also check out our speakers. You know we have wealth of knowledge here to speak to you on this topic. Without further ado, we'll go straight into our panel session. Thank you very much. Please, a round of applause for me. Good afternoon. This topic description is from the rapid development of AI and how it has become the new normal. An understanding of regulation will be crucial for businesses. We can agree to that. With regulators falling behind the technological curve, how can business take advantage of emerging technologies such as AI while complying with rules that are not yet enacted? Our speakers here will be discussing the importance of agility to enable companies to apply emerging technologies fueled by innovation, and how organizations can adjust quickly to any new regulatory requirements. We will be covering the needs to also know for regulations and maintaining ethical and secure systems. Quickly, my first question will be going to Ms. Ayola. The African space industry is valued at up to $22.64 billion US, and that's huge, and is expected to experience substantial growth by 2026. Additionally, the African Union Commission has allocated US $465.34 million US to space activities in 2024, signaling a strategic focus on advancing the continent's space capabilities through satellite launches and infrastructure projects. What opportunities does the projected growth of the African space industry present for Nigerians' participation and development of its own space capabilities? Yes, please.
So the main thing really is that with the African Union's bigger investments in the African space industry, Nigeria's space industry can really pivot off this from like economic diversification, right? We currently have a space industry in Nigeria, but like there hasn't been like a lot of growth really compared to countries like South Africa, Egypt, even Kenya. But I mean, Nigeria is still considered one of the countries that is leading space in Africa generally. But how Nigeria can really, piggyback off this new development is one, economic diversification, in the sense that NASDA, the Nigerian government can, build and launch more satellites, and also, use some of the capabilities that we currently have to create services that, users, other countries, other space stakeholders can use. In essence, what I'm trying to say is that we can launch more satellites, like EO satellites or something, and we can use that to, provide Earth observation data that will be selling to other organizations and end users, technically. We can also commercialize white space to satellite TV operators, internet service providers. All of those people are people that need the services that Nigeria can provide. And in order to do this, we need to, create better infrastructure, build these satellites, launch them, and then commercialize them. On the other hand as well, Nigeria really needs to focus on capacity development. We need to create an ecosystem where high-paying jobs and high-paying opportunities are available to young people in Nigeria. That way, they can, create better innovations. They can, try out different things that we can use space for, that we need space for in Nigeria. We also really need to take it down to capacity development, like right from uni, from uni education, right? South Africa has been able to really hack this because through their research centers and universities, they've been able to create like spin-off organizations, spin-off startups from universities. When they launched their Sunsat satellites, I think about 20 years ago. Members of that team that worked on the satellite were able to create startups, right? And those are the people that have now become like leaders of the South African commercial space industry, right? So if you can do that in Nigeria as well, we'll be able to create like a proper ecosystem where, you know, the government is able to work with private sector. Private sector is able to work with foreign investors as well, right? So that is it. But in order for us to even get there, Nigeria has to, like I said, we need to really build the capacity. From secondary school, we need to update the curriculum so that space becomes something that people are interested in from a very young age. They know that there's a career to be pursued, right, in space. And also, like, apart from, we need to build more infrastructure. We need like AIT facilities. We need mission control centers. Those are all infrastructure that Nigeria currently does not have, and we cannot build an ecosystem. We cannot make a name for ourselves as a superpower in space in Africa without these things.
Thank you so much. A round of applause for that insightful response. We are too cold, really. A round of applause for that insightful response. Thank you. So this question, my next question will be going straight to Mrs. Ochanya Dan Ugo, and this is on fintech adoption. So according to the 2024 Global Fintech Adoption Index by EY, Nigeria's fintech adoption rate has increased to 72% significantly, and higher than the global average of 58%. However, a recent 2024 survey by PricewaterhouseCoopers in Nigeria found that 72% of financial services organizations in the country are now concerned about the impact of regulatory changes on their businesses. In this evolving landscape, as we've seen, financial technology companies in Nigeria, such as yours, Unified Payments, need to proactively manage regulatory risk while maximizing the value of emerging technologies. What are your strategies?
Okay. Thank you so much for the question. Basically, what we're discussing here is risk management. And then this very one has to do with regulation. First of all, what is risk management? It's just the likelihood of anything that is unpleasant, could happen. And then what do? You just need to carry out an assessment and then know where the gaps are and you fix them. So when we're talking about regulation, what is the value of regulation for the businesses that you run? Basically, we're talking about standards that guide you through every process with regulation. You are doing that at your own management because we think that they slow and you do whatever it is that you are meant to do. The strategies for you to be able to keep up with regulation that you are referred to as ancestors. Because the most important thing for businesses these days is to make profit, to be able to go to the market so quickly and make your money. But when you do not, that is the essence, must be tried and proven to stand the test of time. And by that, you are never going to be at the other side of regulation. And then within the organization, to check in, or you must also be able to with them regularly. You are kept abreast of the framework which is in place that is controlling and you get to know the framework that is in place, the guidelines and the standards. You then build your solutions around those frameworks. So they help you as a guardrail for you to be able to come up with the solutions that you have. And then you are also able to, when you start up with, then whatever it is you do, you look around it to say that, yes, this is going well with the regulation that is in place then you will do well. Put your policies in place, drawing from the framework that is existing from the regulation or the regulatory bodies. Put your procedures in place, your internal procedures in place, taking into cognizance the overarching framework in the industry. You can never be found wanting. So these will be the strategies that you put in place.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Ochaya. Please, a round of applause for that response. Thank you so much. My next question goes to Mrs. Dayo Odulate Ademola, the Managing Director of Branch International. IMF's 2024 Financial Access Survey. What were the key barriers to financial inclusion for individuals and businesses in Nigeria, especially in the Ibadan region where we are here? And how can our payment system address these barriers to drive growth and success?
Thank you very much. Can you please be more specific as to what the barriers were identified in the IMF survey?
Okay, some of the... You asked for what, ma'am?
No, you said that the IMF
yes,
survey
according to the IMF's 2024 Financial Access Survey.
Yes.
Yeah.
You said it identified some barriers.
Yeah, some of the barriers were access to funding.
Access to funding?
Yes, ma'am.
I see. I think for businesses in Nigeria in general, and I would say that it's probably specific to Ibadan as well, access to funding is why things like this, particularly startups who are running tech-enabled businesses, for you to get access to funding is why events like this happen in the first place, right? It also depends on what contingent of our users who are borrowers effectively use our loans as working capital for their businesses, because it's difficult to access capital as a business, registered as a business, as an SME. And that is largely because underwriting SMEs is difficult, because unless you are privy to the SME's cash flow and their sort of business history, then debt funding for SMEs is a little bit difficult. If you do have the kind of business that has high growth ambitions, then angel investing, sort of VC funding, is your best bet, not necessarily debt, getting equity funding for your business. But on the grassroots level, what I would say is very similar to what my friend Ian said earlier today, is if you're running a business, the first thing you need to do is to launch by any means necessary and figure out your product market fit. And I think conversations with investors, if that's what you're looking for, become a little bit easier after you have done this. Otherwise, it's not the most advisable thing, but if you need to raise debt funding in your personal name to be able to fund your business, if you're that confident that your business will be able to pay that funding back, then that's what is necessary. Otherwise, most businesses just need to be able to put all, and at some point you might need a boost to scale the business. But in our reality, in this environment, those are the options that are really open to us.
Thank you very much. Please, a round of applause for that response. We would also be asking Mrs. Dayo. The survey also highlighted disparities in financial access between urban and rural areas in many African countries. What are the strategies, or what strategies can we implement to ensure our payment solution reach and benefit both urban and rural population in Nigeria, fostering inclusion and economic development? And the question you asked earlier about what the IMF Financial Access Survey for 2024 was the challenges, the key barriers, infrastructural gap. We also had the affordability constraint identity and documentation issues, financial literacy deficit, regulatory and policy challenges, and trust deficit. So, thank you, ma'am.
Yeah, thank you. I think given our time constraints, I'll only address a few of those barriers. I think a big one that is quite obvious to anybody who lives in this country, regardless of your income level, is the infrastructure deficit that we operate under in this country. And that goes access to fast internet, to access to housing, access to clean water, access to affordable food. But what usually happens in an environment where you experience such huge challenges, you also happen with mobile telephony in this country. You went from having, I think the number back then was maybe 60,000 landlines for a country of maybe 150 million people, to leapfrogging that in the space of 10 years, and we have hundreds of millions of mobile lines available. So the only option, the only thing that's within our hands is to be able to innovate around some of these infrastructure. Families live in community because it's too expensive for a branch to come and put for a bank to come and put a physical bank branch there. And then also the relative high cost of data and even just access makes it difficult for people to, and literacy, more difficult for people to access financial services through an app in their phone or even through USSD. So those are some of the ways that those deficits are being addressed. Obviously, we need to do a better job of higher proliferation of those kinds of services for people to be able to access them. For example, with my company, prior to our launch in Nigeria in 2017, the rate at which individuals had access to retail credit were almost negligible. And this was just because the only providers of retail credit in Nigeria at the time were commercial banks. But most commercial banks, unless you're a salaried employee working for a company that has been adequately profiled by them, you don't have access to personal credit. But giving us alternative sources of data, and by downloading an app in your phone, we can be able to say, we can underwrite this user to be able to access a loan of a certain amount. And depending on their behavior with us, their credit score continues to build, and they can access even more funds because we're building a history with these people. So these are some of the ways that you innovate around the deficits that we have, and try to get financial services out there to more people.
Thank you very much, Ma. A round of applause for that response. Thank you so much. My next question is going to, of course, the man amongst all of us, Mr. Samaila Dogara, the COO and co-founder SeedFi. So, according to the National Bureau of Statistics, as at 2023, only about 10% of MSMEs in Nigeria have access to formal credit facilities. The majority of these enterprises rely on informal sources of financing, such as personal savings, family and friends, and all of that, due to challenges they face in obtaining loans from financial institutions. What's the current level of credit penetration among MSMEs in Nigeria? And what are the key barriers hindering these MSMEs access to credit in Nigeria? Thank you very much.
All right, so thank you so much for that question. When it comes to MSMEs, I think it's no news that penetration with regards to MSMEs is quite low in this part of the country. And I mean, there are so many reasons why, reasons ranging from mainly understanding the space in itself, right? And then people actually even knowing why they need credit. I'll give an example. If you look through, I think the report you read, you said it was from 2023, right? As at 2024, you'd find out that the loan to deposit ratio for commercial banks with which CBN has set was supposed to be 65%. And the average lending out is about 55%, which means that there's about a 10% deficit. And that 10% deficit is about 5 trillion naira. So it means there's cash to be lent out to SMEs, right? The difference is how SMEs access that cash. I think Dayo mentioned something very, very earlier, and I think I'm going to piggyback to the point that she made. And one of the things she said was underwriting SME credit is quite difficult. And I think that's why we're having this conversation, for people to be more innovative, to look for alternative ways. One of the things that my company has done is to find a way to build in systems to be able to provide an underwriting service for both lenders to give credit to SMEs better, right? And that's one of the things that we have done, not just on the SME level, but on the individual level, so as to just deploy more of those idle capital. Another thing, again, I wanted to point out also is with regards to quite a number of the SMEs themselves. I know that quite a number of financial institutions have gone into a wide range of financial literacy programs, my company in itself. And the reason is because if you look at much more data, you'd find out that a very high percentage of SMEs fail in their first 3 years. And so if I deploy capital, for example, to 100 SMEs, right, the honest truth is that less than 10% of those SMEs would still be in operation after 2 years. And I think a lot more conversations with regards to literacy needs to go on, right, in the SME space. I think it's why you'd have a lot of microfinance banks coming up, trying to play much more better in this space, because there's a reason why they're called MFBs, there's a reason why they're finance houses. The truth is that most large commercial companies or commercial banks are not designed to really understand how retail and SME financing works. And that's why you'd find the branch, the CITFIs, the Money Points, and a bunch of other people bringing out various innovative solutions so as to serve that market more efficiently. Yeah.
Thank you very much for that response. I would just want you to respond to this quickly about your company, the recent initiatives that you've introduced to improve and address this credit gap. Yeah.
Okay. I think one of the things that I'll mention too, right, that my company has done to bridge the both the retail and the SME gap is building a system that understands the SME market even better.
Yeah.
I think that that's one of the reasons why we have been able to deploy much more capital to the SMEs. So we're trying to understand them even better, providing also financial literacy programs to different SMEs for them to be able to know how to access capital. The next thing that we have done also, I think we have built a credit scoring algorithm for retail customers, and I think that we're scaling that also to be able to also have an algorithm with regards to credit scoring for SME businesses. That way, you are able to check your scoring and know where you lie, and pretty much deploy those systems to different financial institutions so that they're able to deploy more of their capital to the SME space and not have the fear that, oh, when they deploy this level of capital, they are open to certain credit risk losses.
Thank you very much. Please, a round of applause for that answer. Quickly, we'll be going to the audience and be picking your questions or taking your questions for our panelists. If you have questions, please raise your hands. Okay, please stand up and come forward. Thank you. Who else, please? Thank you very much. Please, can he be handled the mic here? Hi.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Gabriel. I just have some few questions around fintech companies in Nigeria. Given the critical roles of NIBs in Nigeria payment ecosystem, how can fintech companies build resilience in case of system failure? Are there alternative infrastructure or strategies to mitigate this dependency? That's the first question. And the second question under the risk management for NIBs is what risk management framework should fintech and banks implement to handle operational disruption caused by NIBs outage while maintaining user trust? Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I would want, the CRO Unified Payment to respond to that.
Okay. Thank you. And that question is so interesting because it shows that you have an interest in the ecosystem and then national infrastructure. NIPS has a backup, and it is until recently. NIPS is known as the PTSA, Payment Terminal Aggregation in Nigeria. It was only NIPS that was providing that for the whole of Nigeria, that service. But then until recently, gives the same service to everyone. So when NIPS fails, there is another aggregator, which is unified payments. So before now, we used to have a 1 point, of failure, just 1 point, which was NIPS. But with approval of unified payments to provide such services, we are covered. And I also, if UP fails, NIPS is there. So there's actually a backup. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ma. Have
You
your
were going to
question
say
been answered? Oh, you have a question. Please hold on. Branch International had something to say.
I was going to say that I wasn't aware of an alternative to NIBS, like a functioning alternative to NIBS. So I'm finding out about this for the first time as well, and it's a critical issue because maybe 3 weeks ago there was a nationwide NIBS failure, and everybody felt it because even if you have third-party vendors that are providing you a service, their ultimate connectivity is to NIBS to provide that service. So I'm super interested in hearing
it's
this.
because those service providers have not connected to Unified Payment Services Limited as their PTSA.
Does
Because
there need to be an individual integration into
yes, your
Okay.
business must integrate with Unified Payment Services to be able to provide a PTSA service to you.
Okay.
So until you do that, because for all I care, all the transactions that went through UP at the time did not fail.
Thank you very much, Ma. We can have your question now. Thank you.
So, I'm Itunolua, a front-end web developer. So, I have 2 questions actually. So, you spoke about the infrastructure, infrastructure deficit in the logistics aspect of like an e-commerce business, and also he said that most startups or most business fail. Like 10% of businesses or startups survive after 2 years. So what advice or what are the things you can tell a new startup founder that can help him move or be profitable or make success? So those are my 2 questions.
Okay, CEO Sifai.
Okay, I think my biggest advice is pretty much understand the market and the business that you're willing to play. Most times, as it relates to SMEs, a lot of SMEs are just a bandwagon. So you look at someone going into payments, if it's a technology company, without fully understanding the rudiments or the ecosystem, you also want to start a payment company. You look at also the mom and pop shops. If you look at very, very traditional SME, you could even take a sample right across the street. There's nothing, or that you would find very little distinguishing factor from a store on the left and then the store on the right, right? So you need to understand the business and the space a little bit better. Secondly, I think the biggest driver for every business is the individual in itself. If you as a founder is driven to find solutions, to be agile, to be able to know that if something is not working, you should try something else. I think that that's all you need for your business to be successful.
Thank you very much. Have your question been answered?
Can I
Thank
add a little?
Okay. Okay. Please.
If you listened to the keynote address this morning, I mentioned a few things, and that has to do with your attitude as the owner of the startup. Because however anyone helps you, if you don't have the right attitude, you're not going to go anywhere. You must be committed to what you're doing. You must be disciplined. And you must be committed to continuous learning. This thing is a journey. It's not any time that you said I have arrived, then you sit down and not do anything. And you must take calculated risks. Most of us do not pay attention to risk management. You go into an arena that you do not know anything about because others are doing it. You must be able to sit down to identify issues, identify problems. Then you are coming up with solutions to solve that problem. That is what it is. And I had said also, you just need to develop a service-oriented mindset. First of all, you are there to deliver service. If you're not able to do that well, how do you get your clients? How do you sustain and retain your clients? If you can't do that, you'll be out of business. These days, you have started the business before you know it. You have not even broken even. I said it this morning. You are already celebrating. You are taking business class when you're traveling. Agbabola, premium or nothing. And then before you know it, you are gone. So you must need to be able to pay attention to all these things. Soft issues matter a lot. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
One more thing. I think he asked another question with regards to infrastructure in the logistics
Yes.
space.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just remembered I didn't touch that. So I particularly can't think of any direct initiative from the government with regards to the logistics space. But I know that there are a couple of companies that have tried to break into those markets, tech companies, and then they've done so well. Companies like Render, companies like Truck. One of the things that they've been able to do is to find a way to make the informal part of last mile driving a bit formal, right? And that way, those drivers are able to have access to a lot more. So what those companies are doing is creating their own ecosystem. I think that in the logistics space, if you are looking to build in that area, I think it's more of you to look towards innovating, because I know that there are a lot of gray areas when it comes to government regulation in the logistics space.
Thank you very much, sir. And to finally wrap this up, I would want to ask you, Ms. Ayolua, you were mentioning some of the emerging opportunities, commercial opportunities in the space business. Can you just list a few?
Right. So in the space industry, like every other industry, there is the upstream and the downstream segments, right? And the only difference usually is that the upstream segment is more expensive, very, very very, very expensive technically. And in the space industry, upstream segment is technically building the satellites, propulsion systems, rocket launching, all those kind of things, building components for satellites, payloads, and all this kind of thing. They're really expensive, but there's a huge market there, especially in Africa. There's a number of new space companies. These are commercial companies that are doing very well, especially in Southern Africa. what most of these people usually do is that they don't focus on building the entire satellite. They focus on building like parts of the satellite, which makes it, cheaper because especially in Africa, we're looking to spend the least amount of money to get the most value, right? So people are going towards small satellites because they're cheaper and they get the job done, right? So there's a huge market in the upstream segment for component manufacturers, whether you're building optical sensors or ADCS components and all sorts of things like that. And in the downstream, right, for let's say satellite communication, there is companies like Nigeria's NAJCOMSAT, Angola's Space Management Office, who launch satellites and then sell their satellite space to operators, whether internet service providers or satellite TV operators and those kind of people. And lower down, right, there is people who provide services like telemedicine or remote education. And especially in Nigeria, where we have a lot of remote and unserved areas, these are like really big business opportunities that most people really need to tap into, right? What they usually do is to provide internet services in these local areas, work with for telemedicine, for instance, work with doctor like war ravaged, right? On Earth observation, on another space technology segment, Earth observation, there is organizations, using space technology for precision agriculture, which basically means that you're using space technology to monitor crops, to monitor like crop health, insurance, provide weather data to know when to what's the word, plant certain things.
Seasons.
Really all these things basically mean that you're spending less money, you're getting like better yields, you're serving a big problem in Nigeria like food security, right? So there's a lot of opportunities in geospatial and all this kind of things. So those are a lot of things that people really need to get into.
Thank you very much. And this is where we draw the curtain for this particular panel session. Thank you for joining us. I'll be handing over this event back to Mr. Kenneth. And a round of applause for all of our panelists. I'm sure they've answered most of the questions you have on the topic we have for today.
Thank you very much. Please, can we have pictures with the members of the panel session, please? Thank you very much. Photographers, we can come take pictures. And by the way, I should have announced that there is item 7 when we're done, but please don't go yet. Don't leave without it. We have one more panel session, I think, or two, and we're going to have rice and beans, very plenty. If you want stew, there's stew on top too. So just in case, we didn't tell you. So I noticed some persons were outside trying to get food, but there is food. So please don't leave without it. Make sure you remain. To talk about. And this is the WTS panel session. Driven solutions for Africa's creative economy. And the speakers for this session, we have Olufemi Oguntamo. He is an incredible young man with a very long bio. And I'm not sure he'll be happy if I am reading this bio because it's long. And I have to bring Ayomide Oriowo to have a high-powered session. So Femi, should I tell them or I should not tell them? Should I tell them? I will tell them whether I like it or not. But you should know that Femi here manages. Should I tell them? Please put your hands together for him. Thank you very much. Take it away.
Yeah, that works. Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. Nice to meet you. How are we all feeling?
So it's working now.
How we feeling, guys? All good? Yeah, we're out to talk about something very exciting. And, okay. We're out to talk about something very exciting. How tech can drive the creative economy. I want to put a number outside. Put this number in the back of your mind. 1.2% simply represents how much the creative economy contributes to Nigeria's GDP. And now you think of Afrobeats, think of Nollywood, think of content creators, you know, all these things that people do, how creative we are. Now, one thing that we can all see is that this industry is ripe, and it has the power to empower a generation of people. And I'm here with some people who are doing amazing stuff in this space. My name is Johnson Bankole from We Talk Sound. We Talk Sound is a company that has roots in both the tech and the creative space. So I'll give opportunities for everyone here to introduce themselves and the amazing things they do. Starting from my left, Ifeobi.
Hi everyone. Oh, that is quite loud. Hi everyone. My name is Ifeobi. I like to describe, so I am a writer. So I'm currently an editor for Western Africa at Rolling Stone Africa. But I've also done work on the essence and the histories behind everything that we do in music, in fashion, in art. So yeah, that's me in a very tiny.
Yeah. On my left as well, I have Oladapo Kolapo.
Hello everyone, my name is Kolapo and I work with artists in and outside the music industry to help them achieve long and short-term goals. And I kind of straddle between being a lawyer and a programmer and a music business person to help them create their products, market their products, and also being a member of the Grammy. I also have a global outlook in terms of what Afrobeats is doing in the global market and how to capitalize on it here as well. Lovely to meet you all.
Let's give him a round of applause. Yeah, and to my right, I have Oriowo Ayo.
Good afternoon, guys. My name is Ayomide Orio. On some days, I'm a music exec, which allows me to work with different record labels, music companies, and then on other days I'm a marketing consultant for the same companies. But every other day I'm the co-founder of Turntable Charts, which is a music charts publication that operates with.
So I run a media agency, Pensaville Africa, and Gathering of Visionaries and a couple of others. So I'm happy to be here. Thank you.
Thanks, guys. So we're going to have a very interesting conversation, and let's start with a general question. I'm directing this to everyone. So what do you think are the biggest challenges that African creatives currently face, you know, in scaling their work, reaching global audiences, and what technological advancements, you know, can we use to overcome these barriers? I think let's start with Kolapo.
I think immediately the problem of infrastructure comes to mind because we are always at every point in time trying to play catch up with the global market in terms of how we are maximizing talents and, you know, buying for that talent in the global. For instance, you can't use your dollar, you know, your Naira card to make, you know, foreign transactions. We also have what's it called? We also have the infrastructure problem in the sense that we have a music industry that is booming, but we don't have a clear pathway from music departments in our universities to the music industry. I'm a lawyer, I'm a programmer. I've been working in the music industry for about 8-9 years, but that shouldn't be the case. There should be a situation where we have people moving from the music department of Ibadan or, you know, different schools, working at Universal, working at Empire, working at different companies where there's exchange programs, there's internship programs. So there's that tech infrastructure, there's that infrastructure in terms of clear educational pathways for people to know that, okay, if I want to participate in this Afrobeat that I consume, that people talk about and say, you know, is representing this percentage or is representing this millions of dollars, this is how to go about it. From my schooling, when I finish in my music department, there are different programs I can, you know, touch. And I see that being a member of the Grammy, where there are different universities where even before you finish, you start working with major labels for internship programs, you start working with big artists, and you kind of know the ropes. So when you enter the market, you hit the ground running. So I would say we have a tech problem, we have a financial institutions problem, and overall, this just kind of accumulates into infrastructure. So I'll say infrastructure is 60% of it, sticks and stuff like that. But I'll say for sure, the infrastructure problem presents a big opportunity, but you know, it's still limiting the potential of how much Afrobeat could be doing.
I think that's very valid as well. The infrastructural problems, I think, are also very systemic. They're not like it's not an isolated problem that the creative economy faces. I think it's reflective of other things that also affect in Nigeria. How about Ayomide? Just to reiterate, what are the biggest challenges that African creatives currently face in scaling their work and reaching global audiences?
I'd say first problem that you have, like the location is the first problem that you have. I'm going to give an example of just an example of how the location can be a barrier, can be a problem just because that is where you're based. This content creator got an email. It's like an invite to work on a campaign for, I think, Balenciaga, if I'm correct. And the reason why they saw, or the reason why they sent her the email was because they've seen her content. The agency that was in charge of this, they saw the content and they thought, oh yes, this will be perfect. You're a perfect fit for the brand. And then when they sent the link that you would use to sort of like onboard yourself, when she started inputting her details, the first thing that she says is, this opportunity is not available for you based on the location, just because she lives in Africa. So that is just an example of the many ways in which the fact that you're based here creates a problem for you as a creative, whether it's mobility in terms of your access to like other countries. You want to travel, you need to do something, it's a problem. You want to create content, or you want to make art, or you're building a product. The issues that are very dominant within your area influence how that kind of progress. That the fact that you're living in Africa or anywhere in Africa anyway, I mean, maybe Nigeria is even better than most, but the fact that you're living in Africa, that is one of the things that you have to constantly face. So.
All right, yeah, I want to have something.
I agree with what you said. I don't know if people know Tayo Aina here. He's a content creator on YouTube. And I don't know if you follow his story, but he had issues getting like visas because he travels and creates travel content mostly. And he had issues getting visa to some of these countries. And eventually, I think he had to pay for a different country. I don't know if it was Bahamas or something. That just shows how much of a problem that kind of content would face. So I get what you're saying perfectly. Can we also have an answer from you?
Okay, yeah. So the Tayo story, I kind of know like a lot about it because I also manage Tayo. So, but I mean, not to digress, right? I think that one other challenge that we're facing is, as African creatives, is that we also need like content distribution platforms that are localized, right? That are made for the African market. Because I've come to realize that most of the platforms that we play in are on the global scale. People tend to respect the platforms that are globalized. I think that's the word. So we kind of need platforms that are going to like what's the word now? Platforms that would I'm looking for a word. I think localized platform anyways, right? That will speak to the African market basically. Because again, we don't want to battle with the global market. That is the challenge we're facing. So if we have distribution platforms that can speak to us as Africans, then it will go a long way. Thank you.
I think that's very interesting, and I feel like an example of a platform like that, in my opinion, would be like your AudioMac. You know, like music streaming is something that is very, it's seen as a premium by a lot of people. You know, people can't even eat. Why would they pay $9, $12 per month to stream music? As much as they like music, it's just not something they can afford. Someone used to say this thing, that every product in this part of the world is fighting against your stomach. So you need to eat first before you're even gonna like stream music. So when AudioMac came and they introduced free streaming and they had a paid tier that was even also affordable, I feel like that opened up that to people, and maybe we need more of this. Just to get from you as well, Ify, what other challenges would you say African creatives currently face in scaling their work to global audiences specifically?
I think everyone has pretty covered all the bases. I think, yeah, infrastructure is still at the basis of what everybody has said. We do not have the most developed system here, so we are still finding our way. So like, yeah, that's like my understanding of everything everybody has said. I think everybody has covered it, essentially.
Yeah, I would agree as well. Also, if you have any questions, can you just jot it down? Then after, as we're going and progressing, you have the opportunity to ask any of them. So let me move on to my next question. You know, one thing that is clear in the creative economy is that there's a constant demand for African creatives, whether it's Afrobeats, whether it's Nollywood, whether it's our content, whether it's our events, whether it's our food, our culture essentially. There's a huge demand for it, and it's become clear in a lot of ways. You know, the Afrobeat to the world movement, the Grammys creating a Afrobeat category, and many other examples. So how can we, you know, encourage this global shift and still not lose our essence? So let's think about that, and how do you think we can, you know, export our culture, but still, you know, pay root to the essence and not lose what we have? Maybe Ify, you can take a stab at that first.
I think for me, yes, there is a lot of focus that's coming into Africa. We've seen that in the past couple of years. Like you said, there's a whole category in the Grammys dedicated to Afrobeat and African music. But yes, there's always been this conversation about us not losing our essence. And I feel like we need to hammer in on our authenticity. We need to not lose ourselves in terms of, okay, yeah, we are being exposed globally. Like as we consume a lot of foreign content and foreign music and fashion, and it also reflects in our music. But as we're doing that, we need to collaborate. Like even with African music, the core of what we are is, as much as it's African, we still have pieces of it that still come from like R&B and hip hop. But at the end of the day, we need to hammer on the things that make us authentic.
Yeah, I connect deeply with that. Like no matter how much influences we have, we should still try and keep authenticity at the forefront. I think that's something that even our We Talk Sound, we try to highlight and not lose a sense of that. So can I get an answer from Penza?
I think, hello, okay, yeah, so I think if you already hit the nail on the head, right? So I think just tell authentic stories to the global audience, right? So in as much as you want to go global, I feel like essentially you should not lose your cultural roots. Giving an example of Ashake, a lot of people keep saying that, oh, he's singing in Yoruba and all of that, but you can see that regardless of whatever stage he finds himself, he still sings the way Ashake would sing. So one of the problems that we have as creatives is that we try to modernize, which is fine, but what we fail to do is to carry that authenticity, right? That thing people love about us, that thing that makes us Nigerian and African, we try to put it behind us, right? And then we are always looking for foreign validation. So I think that in as much as we think foreign is the way to go, essentially you need to understand that the product you're taking global has to be that which is authentic to you. So that's why I said, I mean, if he already answers it, and that's my take too. Thank you.
Let me ask the question again from a different perspective. So, with the influx of this global attention, there's a lot of people are talking about, oh, we should gatekeep, we should put a lot of barriers so people just don't come and take our culture like away from us, so to speak. So, where do you stand on that topic, Kolapo?
I think if you say you are operating in the capitalist industrial complex, which is the music industry, you need to understand that you may have the best cassava or the best, whatever it is that you're selling. But if people don't buy into it, it's not a business. And if you're saying music business, you are either doing business or not. So I think the most important thing is, as creatives and creators and participants in the creator economy, it's very important to understand that you are doing business. It's buying and selling, literally. It's not about the followers, it's not about the saves, it's not about the comment sections anymore. It's about how it's about margins, it's about cost of sale. So I think a lot of that education in terms of people understanding that this is a business and treating it as such. I mean, Penza is doing a fantastic job of that with Lai Wasabi in terms of reshaping what people understand creators to be. If you look at Lai Wasabi's page, there's intentionality in his content, there is direction, there's a theme, there's characters, there's costume. All these things are not just happening randomly, and I'm sure he will tell you that. It's because he understands that it's a business. He's here today to, put his own bits in terms of knowledge in the ecosystem as well. And that's part of doing business as well. So first of all, to do something and say, oh yeah, we don't want to lose our authenticity, so we need to gatekeep how we sell it. It's the same way of saying you've created maybe a pack of jollof rice, but you don't want people to eat it because you don't want them to know that it's made of rice. Do you understand what I'm saying? Because I reference holy books a lot, especially the Bible as a Christian, because I see it as a story of the creator. Especially in Genesis, you can see that there's the idea of creating, but as creators, I think even myself, I had to recently understand that creation is good, but you need to also understand the principle of reproduction, which comes after creation. Imagine if God had to assemble the angels every time he had to make a new tree. Do you understand? So you need to really do business so that you know the anatomy of the industry you're working with. You know it's in to in. You know the cost of sale. You know where the money is coming from, where it's going. So that when people ask you, why are you succeeding as an Afrobeat artist, you can't just say, oh, it's vibes. There needs to be that ownership mindset so that you can see the whole picture. You're not standing too close to the elephant. You can see the whole elephant throughout. And I think once people start taking that route into music business, it will be very clear where to draw the line of not having your culture gentrified and also being able to export it to the world.
Yeah, that's very valid. KD, where do you stand on the gatekeeping, not gatekeeping conversation?
Well, my opinion of this is that if you're trying to sell something, you cannot also decide for those people that are buying your things to not want to be like you. If you if if you're pushing Afrobeats to the world, or if you're pushing African film to the world, you should be, and you want to be recognized on the global stage. You want to win what the global artists are winning. At the end of the day, you have to accept that part of it comes with the fact that they would borrow from you. They would want to copy you. They would want to do what you do, because at the end of the day, you're doing what they are doing too.
Yeah.
If you look at Afrobeat now, or Nigerian music, for example, you see a lot of artists that make music that it's not plain Nigerian music. Like, you're mixing a lot of things. The only reason why you can mix that is because another culture have allowed you to. I mean, not allowed in that sense, but another culture have given you what you can mix with yours. So if you can do that, then they should be able to do that. Like, Ashake has a song called Amapiano, and it's a Grammy-nominated song. There are not that many Amapiano songs that are Grammy-nominated. So if
Fair
Ashake
enough.
can do that, get nominated for a song that's called Amapiano, that's, if you look at it, it's more like a play on the word Amapiano itself. It's not necessarily like giving homage to Amapiano. You would realize that Nigerians should not be the ones talking about, oh, we need to
100%.
gatekeep, because you already do a lot of borrowing. So if you're adapting people's culture, if you're doing the things that other people are doing, whether it's the hip hop artists, whether it's the R&B artists, whether it's the UK artists, I mean, you're featuring Central C on songs, but you don't want somebody that looks like Central C to make a song like Ashake, then there's a problem, because it is what you give that you get. So if you're trying to get to the global audience, part of it comes with the fact that the global audience will try to copy you. They will try to be like you. And what I would add though is that in the journey, or in the bid to globalize, or to get the global audience to buy into whatever it is that you're selling, what you can do is try and make sure that your local market, or maybe your primary market, let me put it that way, is also carried along. It's not a case of, oh, I only serve the secondary market, or I only serve the global audience. It might not necessarily be a case of 50-50, the way you see it, but if it's 60-40, depending on whatever way you do it, it makes sure that you're not necessarily, I don't want to use the word selling now because I don't buy that, but yes, you're not there's no
abandoning.
deficit. Yes, you're not abandoning any side. You're catering to your local audience. And when I say catering to the local audience now, it means the local awards, the local media, the local influencers. You treat them with the same regard that you would give the global audience. If you're able to achieve that, I feel like nobody would complain. I mean, people will
Yeah.
complain, but it
They
won't
won't
be
have a
as
point.
bad as this. Yeah.
Yeah, so your point is like we should not be hypocritical. I get it perfectly. Shaggy, you've managed all this in line of work, and if someone wanted to get into that line of work, what would you tell them? What would you advise them?
Okay, so I started my my agency, and one of the things that we do is influencer marketing. So basically, we help brands get like influencers to talk about their products, basically, right, and to ensure that their ROI is met. So, why do you know that? We also realize that a lot of these content creators or skit makers and all of that, what they do is they just get money, they get paid, and they just do content. A lot of them do not understand what it takes to do content. A lot of them do not understand that much more than doing your skit or your content, you need some level of direction and structure for whatever you're doing, right? So that was where we came first off from script writing to location to shoot to even partnerships, collaborations, branding, how to scale up, and a lot of things, right? So, I mean, we have a couple of creators under our management, and the way we've been able to get them is also to show value, right? So I'm going to say that if anybody wants to, either you're trying to become a content creator today, the question I'm going to ask you is, do you want to become a content creator because you see some people making money? If that's the reason, then you're not ready. I remember when a lot of people wanted to blog because Linda Ikeji was making a lot of money. She was buying houses in Banana Island, so everybody wanted to be a blogger. Same thing with what Today Not is doing. Everybody wants to be like Today Not, right? Because they feel like he's just posting. Mr. Blog is just posting. So they're making a lot of money. You need to understand that all of these things starts with passion. That's one. Then two is, aside passion, you need to have like your own area of interest, and you need to find a niche for whatever you're doing. For example, in Lai Wasabi, before Lai Wasabi, Shaggy has been one of the longest relevant content creator that we have in this part of the continent, right? And for Shaggy, he's been doing a lot of content before the Agberu character. And for anybody that has seen him speak or seen him personally, you realize that Brother Shaggy is so different from the character that he portrays. But he just, jumped on that character one day and he realized that he had a lot of engagement and decided to continue on that street urchin character. Now, over the years, right, he has stayed consistent with that character. Everything he does, even if he's doing, he's playing doctor, playing pastor, whatever, he brings in that character of the Brother Shaggy, right? So he has created a niche for himself, and over time has become so relevant. So same thing with Lai Wasabi. When we brought Lai Wasabi, because we actually were the one that brought him from Oshogbo, we asked him to come to Lagos because I saw something in him that was different. First off, he studied law, and the kind of character I was portraying was like the charge and bail lawyer, and he was doing it so well, right? And I realized that industry needed, a lot of people were doing skits and all of that, but what Lai Wasabi was doing, also because it was very cerebral, was so different. His wordplay, the character he was portraying, his dialogues were so different. And then it was one that made this POV style very popular. Like, you don't see who is talking. You only hear the voices, right? So those were a few things that we saw, and that's what I'm going to say to you, that first of all, you need to have a passion for whatever it is, if it is cooking. And I was telling Ify backstage that content creation is beyond skit making. Content creation can be cooking. Content creation can be taking pictures, can be doing anything, right? You can be dancing, you're creating content. I mean, thanks to TikTok now, everybody's a content creator. So I feel like to become a content creator with a difference, right, you need to have a niche, and you need to be consistent, and you also need to ensure that you're churning out quality content over quantity. So a lot of things you look out for as an aspiring content creator or a creative generally. You need to have a niche. People need to see you different. You need to have a USP. What makes you different from talent B, basically? Thank you.
Thanks for those answers. That was very practical. So now let me ask something more general. The creative economy is very large. We have the distribution, we have monetization, we have collaboration, education, so many parts of it. Right now in Nigeria, 2024, what part of this do you think is most ripe for tech-driven innovation? And why now? That's directed to Kolapo.
I would actually say all that part is important, but the most important part is community. I think there is nothing more that gives more clarity in terms of just thinking of how you're applying yourself to the world. Like, this is the problem I see in the world, and these are the people that it affects the most. So these people like their interests, their daily lives cuts across everything you just mentioned, right? So it's just looking at the community that you're putting together, that you want to solve a problem for. So whether it's in the case of Penza, how can I approach influencer marketing as a business. I want to help influencers like myself to scale globally, right? So that's his community, and everything that he does, I'm sure he uses some, subscription-based tech solutions. I'm sure he uses like, different ways to communicate that, they're all tech-based as well. So I think, especially with the subscriber economy that we are entering into, I'm sure each of us here, or everybody has a subscription that they have, either sharing with family or sharing with friends. Either it's your Apple Music, whether it's your Netflix, your Prime. We are in a subscriber economy. I mean, you see at scale, influencers like Kai Cenat, like Drewski, you see that the subscriber economy is here to stay. So more than ever, it is more important for you to keep a community, then care about that community in terms of problems that they are facing part time through your constant communication with them. So that can be either your newsletter, tools that you're building to gather data, because especially entering into this new dispensation of artificial intelligence, if you are here in Africa and you're under the delusion that AI is going to take 10 years or 5 years or 3 years before it starts affecting your daily life, then you must not be paying attention, right? So as a small business owner, as a tech person, as as an artist, you need to know that the future belongs to who has the richest data in terms of how long have you been talking to your community and what have you been hearing from them in terms of the problem you seek to solve for them. So sometimes it may be a learning problem at the initial phase, like we have in Coco now, where we have different tools that we have built based on the feedback of our community to say, this is what we need right now. Then when that education phase goes, out of that, then we can now move to the other things, right? Because everything you have mentioned from tech and, the other, parts of the business side, it's all part of everybody's life. We all transact every day. We all consume music every day. So you're either a customer or a creator at some level. Do you get what I'm saying? So
Yeah.
I think if you are a creator entering the market now, community should be your biggest focus. Like, what people am I catering to? What are their needs? And how can I, in my capacity, leverage my knowledge? Or how can I acquire more knowledge to give these people the best? That is where profitability is in. But if you just see somebody doing something and you're just like, oh, I just want to get into it, and you don't even know the problems they are solving, then you just be, I call it motion without movement. So you're standing on a spot, you're waving your hand like this, you think you're doing something, but you're actually just not moving forward or back. So I would say that data-informed decision making in terms of how you're applying yourself to your community, I think will be most paramount.
Wow. That was, we know the power of storytelling can have. Can you share examples of how storytelling mediums, like editorial work and documentaries, have shaped perceptions for some people or some initiatives in the creative economy?
The Nigerian music before watching, and they had this isn't new, but now I can take it back and look at what's happening now with like more conscious eyes. So if I'm like in conversation with somebody like, say, a Ayomide, who works mostly with music artists, I can be like, okay, hey, this is what has happened before, but like these are ways we can avoid those past situations from how is trying to do something within the creative phase where everybody is trying to figure things out as they go, or they like just use tools like YouTube and I guess now ChatGPT to like figure out certain issues. But with documentation, what documentation does for you is that you now know what has happened in the past, how to avoid it, and how to approach like a more balanced future for you. And yeah, I think that's one of the powerful tools of documentation. Also, it has connected that bridge between what's happening in Africa and the rest of the world. So at the time when I started writing, I noticed that surely there was like a lot of, interest in what was happening in Nigeria and Africa as a whole in terms of like music, culture, fashion. But they would always fly in writers
and editors to come and write those stories and tell those stories for us, even though like they don't have that cultural context. So what interview that I saw, and it was in Vogue. It was about an artist, the creator of the Shaku Shaku dance. You know that this is in fact, again, during the time when I was stories to start with, but like anytime but there was never an in-between. There was no space for like the fuller picture. There was never space for like the fuller story. So like in this new age where, you know, there are writers like myself, there are tools like YouTube where people can go and document their stories by themselves. Things like TikTok where people are like, you know, sharing and giving like what's it called? Behind the scenes looks into their lives. They're all forms of documentation, and it's, you know, like I said, creating the wider story instead of like fixating on just one.
That they want to do someday. Maybe this could be tech ideas or just general ideas that are not really tech related. But let's imagine I have an idea. I want to build a business around it someday. You know, I want this idea to connect to people in and outside Nigeria. So, what can I like? What things, what initiatives, what trends, pretty much. Who wants to take a stab at it first? Let me just go over it again. If I have an idea here, I'm trying to build a startup, I'm trying to build something, a business, a small business, a big business. How can I use things in the creative economy to make people connect to my ideas?
I think again, I'll go back to Ify's point around documentation. I'm very big on documentation because I feel like what you don't document did not happen. Basically, there's this saying that if a tree falls in the forest and nobody's there to observe it, did it make a sound? And I think even going back to holy books, the Torah, the Quran, the Bible, they are all documentations, right? People said things happen, we witnessed them, this is our account of it. If not, we would have never known a lot of these things that happen. So if you are a creative trying to look into having an ownership mindset in terms of a lot of the documentation that is available already, because you need to also understand that Afrobeat and the African creator economy, as far as Nigeria is concerned, West Africa, is pretty young, right? In terms of, look at the kind of problems we are solving. Do you understand what I'm for? Do you get? So you need to look at the documentation of challenges that already exist, because that's where profitability is. That's where there's, you know, opportunities for you to solve those problems. So look at the documentation that is available over time in terms of where you feel like your skill sets apply to. I love the word passion so much, but not anymore recently, because I feel like if you call something a business, it's a business. You're not writing poems here. No disrespect, Ify. But I'm just saying, if you say you are doing business, do business, to be honest. Go and do the research. Look at the documentation available for the industry you're looking at doing business in. Look at what it takes to do business in your country, the limitations, the regulations, the loans available to you, the grants available to you, global grants that are facing your region that you can posture yourself to qualify for. Because no matter how many ideas and tips and tricks and panels and that you attend, in terms of how you posture yourself for the international market, the best you can do is set yourself for the best, what's it called, chance of success. There's no guarantee 2 plus 2 is 4 in terms of getting stuff done, but you can position yourself better than the competition. So these are like decisions you have to make in terms of research, patience, long suffering, and making all of that to accumulate into data-backed decisions. So before you even make a decision to even start any business, look at the industry you want, Bloomberg or Forbes or all these, fancy smancy websites, but listen to what the people in your country are saying about it. If you go to Google now and you say, what is the dollar rate in Nigeria? Is that the truth on Google? That's not the truth. Do you get what I'm saying? So if you don't have local context to a lot of problems that you want to solve in your markets as it pertains to the niche or the sector of, or subsector of the industry you want to use your capitalist expression. And you also have to understand that you don't have to be creative all the time. You need to let the principle, like I mentioned earlier, of reproduction set in. You create something once, and you just follow that to iterate other versions of it. Don't say, every time I have to create something new, I have to be creative again. Because the process of creation is as fancy as it looks in BTS videos. It's very exhausting. I've cried writing code before because I was just exhausted. I'm like, why am I doing all this stuff? Do you get what I'm saying? But if you are really, I guess that's where passion comes in, to say, I'm very passionate about this problem. I have all the data. If I don't do it, I don't think anybody will do it. And I would love to be the one that is bringing the solution. And again, also understanding overall that humanity is a service-based industry. It's someone that made the clothes you are wearing today. They thought, oh, people need to wear clothes. What kind of clothes? What are the people that we are sending it to? Some of the clothes that we're wearing in this room was sent from halfway around the world because somebody thought of a problem, somebody did their research, somebody looked at the documentation, somebody looked at the documentation with local context to say, what's happening in Nigeria? We have a lot of Chinese people, Indian people, Americans that have been in Nigeria for 10, 20, 40 years doing business. They're coming from halfway around the world. They're not here to come and play. These are the way that you are able to enter the market with an ownership mindset and set yourself up for the best possibility of being a business. Except you're just here to play and show your friends.
That was very insightful. Does anyone else want to take a stab at that? Just to reiterate, I said if I was a young person here with ideas, I want to build a startup one day, I want to build a business. What aspects of the creative economy can I tap into to make my ideas connect to people?
Yeah, I do feel like KP has answered almost everything that you can. I mean, not like specifics, because at the end of the day, I can't think of an idea for you. Like, the only way an idea can work is when it comes from you and you know what to do. If you ask me, I would say the idea that I would still try to solve would still be what Turntable is solving, so it wouldn't change because that's the one that I can think of. I mean, obviously we have other things that we're doing, but that's still the one that, yeah. So whatever it is that you're going to solve has to be something that works, that you can do, something that you can get people to believe in, so that it's not just you. I mean, obviously you can. It's possible that you might be able to do it alone, but most of the time you would need more people. So an idea that other people can believe in and they can buy into, and then an idea that also works for your local markets before you start thinking of. I mean, obviously the world is global now, so it means that you can create something that would solve a problem in Estonia alone. It is possible that your product is going to work, and all the success that you're going to get is going to come from media. That is very much possible, but there are lots more issues here, like around, like very, very, like the issues that, or the problems that exist within Nigeria are they're not even fancy. They are basic problems that need to be solved. So, and any technology that you can introduce to it just looks like magic. So if you're able to come up with an idea that works on a local basis, and I mean, if it also works on a global scale, then from there you can see how it goes. And the good thing with ideas is that you never know what it's going to lead to. Amazon 30 years ago and Amazon today are totally different companies. So
if you believe in it at the start, it can help you in whatever it is that you pivot to even in the future. Because at the end of the day, you've put so much thought, passion, and effort into it. So from there, you can see how it goes.
I just want to add something in like 10 seconds. So basically, we're discussing how, as a creative, right, you want to more like introduce yourself to the markets, right, and also try to see how you can be recognized globally. So I think that the power of collaboration should not be underemphasized, right? You need to find brands that you guys sync in terms of vision and look at how you can collaborate together. So with collaboration, also when you're sure of the product that you're selling, right, you can be assured that you can cross-promote communities, right? So with collaborations, you can get the community of the other brand, and then with that, you're getting a larger, you're speaking to a larger audience, right? And you can also collaborate to global brands. Now, when I mean brands, it doesn't have to be big brands, right? It can be SMEs too, but again, I feel like you guys can grow together. So regardless of whatever you're trying to create, as a creative, right, aside all the things that Kolakwa had mentioned and I really had spoken about, and even if he has spoken about, I think that eventually you also need to be open to collaborating and open to, maybe the word is volunteering, because I started off my career with a lot of partnership and volunteering. Everything is not about money. Money would definitely come, but again, you need to be seen, and the only way you can be seen is to tap into the community that is already there. Thank you.
That's very valid as well. Just to wrap up, I want to ask a last question. So, we know, especially in the country that we are, we know the importance of things like the government's initiative. What role do you think the government should play in fostering tech-enabled growth in the African economy? What do you think the government can do? What initiatives can they drive to just make sure it doesn't contribute just 1.2%? Maybe the next 4 or 5 years, what can they do to see an increase in that sector that can actually empower a generation of people? Who wants to take a stab at that?
I think I'll just keep this really short, just to make sure everybody talks. I think the government of Nigeria does not understand creative business in the context of which the world understands it, right? They still see it as children playing, right? I think this government is a little bit more serious in terms of the kind of engagement they've had with the creative industry. I think the first time I and Femi met was in one of such engagements with Lai and the other talents that he manages. But I think a lot has to go into government interest, but I think we need to start from the short-term problems first, because they are crippling us daily. And I think just as simple as an initiative where we are able to use our Naira card to pay up to $50 for subscription will help a lot of creatives who are already using Canva, using Figma. Nobody is doing international fraud with $50, right? So if we are able to have policies where we are able to use our Naira card to pay up to $100 for business owners, and for individual accounts, we are able to pay up to $50 for our subscriptions, for our cloud servers, for our Canva. I think that's a good start before we start talking about the more complex issues like funding and stuff like that. But I think just the finance side of things, where we are able to conveniently participate in the global market through just being able to make payments for subscription for softwares that we are using, for subscription service we are using. I think that's a good start for the government to even help us with. And it helps the government because a lot of creators are taxpayers at the end of the day. Like, their money is in the bank, it's not running anywhere. There's a lot of, health that our, currency can have. So I think before we start talking about the more complex intervention that the government can do, I think that's a very good start to just kind of enable Nigerians to participate in the global economy, for sure.
Yeah, I agree. Financial inclusion is very, very key. Even something as simple as receiving payments. There are a lot of platforms that don't allow you send money to Nigeria still. Is there any other way you think government can solve or help?
One way to add is, if you look at any type of advancement in any sector, in any part of the world, government plays a part in it. It could be a policy change, it could be provision of funds, it could be tax relief, it could be tax break, anything. There's no advancement that you can think of that you would, or that you think of that government did not play a part. At the end of the day, there's everything that you do in any part of the world is still subject to everything that the government has in place. You cannot escape from it. Like, no matter how global, how complex your idea is, you're still subject to the laws of the land. So it's the ways in which government can help the creative economy is numerous. Like, it just has to be a purposeful effort. It could be provision of funds. Earlier this year, when I joined the Grammys, I was trying to do some research about the Grammys and the RIA and how they started, and I mean, just out of curiosity to know what you're joining and all of that. I found out that the amount of government help that these organizations get is ridiculous. Like, there's nothing that they do, even the award shows that they do, the government is a part of it. Like, the government has made sure that everything that when they had when COVID happened, they provide funds for their members so that they can make sure that, okay, you're not making money now, let's try and make sure that you're able to make a living. So there's no way that there's no sector that the government cannot play a part in whatever advancement that it gets. And I don't think the creative economy, so the ways in which the government can come in, it is numerous, it is endless. It just has to be a decision from the government itself or whatever agency of the government that, okay, we're going to make this happen, and we're going to make sure that you make this happen. If you say that, there's no stopping you.
Sounds good. So if you have any uncle or auntie in government, ring it to their ears. In the next 4 years, you should do something about the creative economy. So does anyone have questions that we can just direct quickly? Okay, I have one person. I'm not sure we have the time for everyone. But we can take 3 questions. 3 questions. Yeah. Yeah, we can have your question.
Good afternoon, everybody.
Afternoon.
My name is Lawani Goodness. So I actually have 3 questions to ask. Number 1, why is it so hard, or why does it seem so hard for upcoming African creatives to get noticed? Number 2, is there a right thing or right approach for these creatives to catch their audience or to get noticed? Those are my questions.
Who wants to take that? Penzo?
Hello. All right. So the first one was...
why is it hard to get noticed?
I think we already answered that, right? All right. I actually think that we answered it right. So the first thing is basically it's like I'm just going to give summary of what everybody has said, right? I'm trying to remember Kolapo's points now. But this is echoing, I can hear myself. Huh? I'm good. So, Kolapo, just answer with one line so I can move to the second.
Solve it to the best of your ability.
Then the second question, is it important to get popular? So I would say that, first of all, popularity is not even by any standard a way to know that you're successful, because a lot of popular creators are not, how much are you making? I've also come to realize that creators that are making a lot of money, right, are not even popular. What you need to understand, first of all, is what problem are you solving? And also, I think what the one I'm answering now is the third question. The second question is the best platforms, right? I think that you also need to know your target audience, where they are and how to meet them. If your audience are on Instagram, then go for it. If your audience are on YouTube, go for them. You need to understand who your target audience are and how to meet them. Talking about already. The popularity. I don't think it's about being popular. I think it's about, like I said, creating solutions to problems, solving problems, ensuring that you have a good strategy on how to monetize your content. That is the most important thing. Strategy on how to monetize. Before everybody started making money on YouTube, some people are already making a shitload of money on YouTube. Some people are making a lot of money on Facebook, right? I know some creators that are not okay, and also positioning. I was speaking to somebody about Kotzi. I met Kotzi in London. She was with Thames and all of that. An interview, a call with someone from Rolling Stone, right? And they said they had interviewed Kotzi. They're discussing something about creators, economy, blah, blah, blah. And in my head, I'm like, Kotzi is not even popular. Like, if you're going to go by standard of, popular creators in the in the social media space and all of that. But Kotzi, what Kotzi has done for herself is she's positioned herself well, right? And positioning also involves your network. So I feel like a lot of these things make you a successful creator, not necessarily the popularity. Because again, you also need to have your own niche, right? So if your niche is, I'm a creator that is creating content for, I'm looking for something very mundane, maybe for shoes, right? And there's a market for it. You can become so rich than somebody that is creating the content that has, definitely you get more people that will purchase or that would engage you and that would pay you to create content for them. But if you're looking at the numbers, I don't think you're ready. It's not about the numbers. It's about the audience, the engagement, and then how positioned you are. Thank you.
Difficult to get noticed. The most important thing that you need to know is that the creative economy or creative work, whether you're an artist, whether you're making film, whether you're creating content on IG or any of the social media platforms, is that you are the one that's begging for an audience. I'm using begging because you're starting from a point and you want people to follow you. Usually, for a profession, employment problem in the country, but usually there's a market for you because people are constantly requiring your services. So if you're a doctor, if you're an engineer, if you're a lawyer, if you're any of that, all you need to do is go to school, pass your exam, and obviously you will face some life challenges, but once you're done with all that, something is waiting for you. For the creative, people look for a doctor to take care of them. They look for a lawyer to get them out of trouble. Nobody is looking for a content creator that's that sense. Obviously, when you become big or when you become popular, people, because I was watching a video, it was an interview with the popular streamer, I Show Speed, and he was talking about work is more difficult than streaming, which I would like to agree with because 9-to-5 work is it's a lot. Anyways, but the point, what he forgot to mention is that I Show Speed, and he has already reached like the pinnacle of whatever it is that he has done. He's forgetting the part where there are a bunch of people that people do not know at all that are streaming in different parts of the world. They are creating content. They might even be better than I Show Speed, but people don't know it. And the reason is because nobody's checking for them. And that is how they create. So, and then after they've taken an interest in you, you then now monetize the interest. So because of the nature of it, it makes it difficult in that sense because you have to get people to buy into you. Do you get? So that is, at least that's my opinion.
Okay. Hi, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Adebayo Adegbite. I'm very interested in this panel because it resonates with the work that I do. I think I was talking with Dunsin backstage not too long ago. So, but the question I really want to ask is, and it's actually now when we talk about the creative economy in Africa, we tend to also just talk about creators. So we are talking about skit makers. So why is it a bit different? All the 5 of you can answer the question, or 4. So, but any of you would. So how is it hard? Why is it hard to actually deal with the business? Because consider the business side of the creative economy. So why does this look a bit difficult, or why are not more people tackling the business side of the creative economy much more than like using tech, as we've talked about? So why are people not using tech or not using other methods to tackle the business side of the creative economy? Why does everybody seem to be flocking towards the creator side of the creative economy? I don't know if you get the question. Yeah.
And look at this guy. Why? The why is why it is hard. Do you understand? So that process of, and I like to use food, is where the business is, and it is hard because there's a lot of research that has to be done. I mean, if you see somebody, and I like to use Lai Wasabi because it is not like a creator that we have seen before. He's obviously something special. Nothing to do with the fact that I went to OAU, but I digress. Because you can see that this guy is a business. Like, he's just not a funny guy. Like, the way he pivoted, he could have gone to YouTube day one, but the strategy of getting, what's it called? What the business he has mentioned is kind of like backwards, right? Because now you have to create something first, which is cost of sale already on that, like videos. Whether you shot it with your phone or whatever, it's still cost of sale. You bought the phone, you bought the data, you bought all that, right? So you've accumulated cost of sale. Now you have to go and validate content that you made out of passion. Called to market the business side of it on that side because you have to think of the strategy, and it takes a team, and that's where collaboration comes in. Secondly, it's hard because as an influencer in Nigeria, whether you're dancing, whether you're singing, whether you're making food on your page, there is not, I mean, this year is a little better, and 3 Decembers ago is a little better, but like a lot of the people that are still making the decisions that have to do with agency approving budgets, they still get their news from newspapers. You get what I'm saying? Like, a lot of these CEOs, when they go to their office and they are riding in their Prados, they are not going to where you are getting. There's also that side of people who don't care who you are. They just have a company, they have a budget, and they will rather bet on something that has worked over time. So whether it's a show like Rhythm Unplugged or Fly Time or whatever events they've been investing in year over year, or whether it's, IB Startup Summit, they'll rather keep doing that than doing something new. And you can understand that perspective also because nobody wants to, in quotes, waste their money. So you need to put on a lot of hats, and you need to put yourself in a lot of shoes when you are saying that you want to create content. You need to friendship. Again, when you're thinking of starting a business, I don't know why people always think of money first instead of what was my value as a person among even my friend groups. Like, how am I being of service to these 5 people that I know already, and how can I make? So I have friends, for instance, right, that they are good at different things, but they are not business people. But they can analyze a business and tell you that, this thing is not going to, do all that. So when I need somebody to, involve strategy, thinking, and research and all that, but having the right people around you and collaborating with them, knowing their strength points, is going to get you in the best position to succeed, for sure.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Olamide Latunji, and I'm a virtual creative designer. Okay, around like location and infrastructure. Number one question says, is there or are there any movements in stand addressing these challenges? Number two question says, what can be done as a creative personnel to dive through this challenge successfully? And the last one, which is the third one, says, is there any disadvantage, advancement in tech posed to African creative economy? Thank you.
I will start from the last one and I'll let everybody else take the rest. Okay, cool. So the last question is...
All right. My name is Onyola. I'm an event host and a lecturer. Now my question is, you made mention of the fact that we don't have something like from classroom to the workroom. That's Femi, if I'm correct. Yeah. No, sorry. Okay. Sorry, you're the one who said that we don't have this transition from classroom to the workroom. Now, my question is, what are you people putting in place to ensure, in terms of partnership with schools, in order to get people the best of the best from classroom to the workroom? Or probably still be in. Now, my other question again is to Ify. Now, on the aspect of storytelling, which I think poetry has a long role to play. Now, that aspect of it, which is the poem part, or let me say the poetry part, is still a very untapped sector, or shall I say, in tell you that for free, in UI alone, we got a lot of talent when it comes to storytelling. What are you putting in place to ensure that? Then back to Mr. Femi, directors and all. Now, my question is this. We've seen lots of music platforms like Project Fame, what's it called, Star Trek, The Voice, and the likes. Now, these people get talent, perform different songs and all, and at the end, they pick the winner. And most often, the only person they concentrate more on are the winners, and they leave the others behind. Now, my question is this. Most times, even the winners, he wasn't the winner in his own time, but then I can tell you that of all of them, he became one of the most popular. What are the things you're putting in place to ensure that even when you pick out the winner, you still go after the other ones? Because for the fact that you win a particular event doesn't mean you're the best. It might just be that you did something that the others are not doing right, you understand, at that particular point in time. Then finally, on the issue of talent hunting, you and the government, what are the ways in which you're trying to partner in order to ensure that, because Nigeria is full of talent, and that's the truth. Remembering the fact that the economy is not favorable, but then we still have talent. So what are your roles in that? Thank you very much.
So speakers, please, we have less than 3 minutes to answer all the questions. So I will 3 minutes for all three of you. Thank you.
All right, cool. So what in terms of getting that pathway of music department, myself, KD, we are both members of the Recording Academy that does the Grammys. And what we try to do, and what I try to do, is making sure that I'm maximizing my membership in terms of, the things that KD mentioned, like what are the programs available within these Grammys? How can we, like, I didn't know of Grammy U until I joined the Grammy as a mentor. So those are steps that we are taking in participating in online, a voice within those memberships that we have, and advocate for a lot of the things that we spoke about now. But I think at scale, what we'd like to see is like 1,000 Nigerian lecturers, music industry practitioners at the Grammys making a case for Nigeria. You can see, what the impact is in terms of the categories that we are able to get now, where we have a lot of Afrobeat artists nominated. So we will continue to scale that, continue.
You can use Kolawale's mic.
To the gentleman who asked about the poetry industry, yeah, he specified in. Okay, so I mostly work in editorial, so I can't really speak to my understanding of the poetry industry is very limited. But I do know that there are publishing houses in Nigeria that cater to, bridging that gap between the students versus the larger publishing industry. I know there's Ake Festival, and I know that they have like shortlists where people can submit their work to be featured in Ake Festival. I know that there's Cassava Republic as well, who is also a publishing house. Within the editorial space, there is Amaka Studios. You guys should check it out. I used to work there previously, so It's a creator platform that allows writers to like tell your stories and also monetize your stories. And they bridge the gap between writers and brands. So I know they've done a lot of work with, for example, Sony Music West Africa. They've been able to provide them with interns as well as Native Magazine. So like you should check out Amaka Studios as well.
Okay, so Mr. Femi.
I never mentioned yet I managed any musical talent. As of today, I haven't managed any musical talent, right? So, and then also the talent on conversation, I never mentioned that I was doing anything talent on, right? So, but I get what he's saying. But what my response to the talent shows that focus more on the winners and all about focusing, but I know that there's a plan to push, right, and help the winners scale up, right? You definitely cannot focus on everybody. That's what it is, right? So I don't know how to respond to that question because, right, first of all, is you blow by God's grace. Second of all, there are strategies that can aid your quote unquote blowing. So I don't know how to respond to these questions because I feel like essentially it's not my space. I cannot tell you why talent agencies or talent aren't. So maybe I should give Ayo the phone. Yeah, I don't have response for that one.
So in terms of signing talents or I know, hunting talents, and then first off, shows like that they are owned by like a particular company, and they are not necessarily a representation of the industry. I don't know if that explains what I'm saying. Like what they are doing on Project Fame is solely for Project Fame. I mean, obviously, the idea of it is for MTN or their brand sponsors and the likes. What I'm trying to say is, it's not a case where this is a show that belongs to the entire industry. It's just it belongs to a company and they're trying to help as many people as possible. At the end of the day, any opportunity that you get to show your talents is enough for anybody to just. Unfortunately, because of the way the creative economy is, there's no, like I said, there's no body that's like it's not like you went to Project Fame and then because of that you've become sort of like a semi-star or a star and people are waiting for you. Like, oh, you went to law school and you're coming out of law school, you're trying to get firms to work at. It doesn't work that way. You're going back and trying to use everything that you've learned there to now find a way to refine your craft and then sell yourself again. At any level, you being a creator, from a whiskey that is very big to a student in UI that is just writing music for the first time, you're selling something to people to notice you. And because it is left for you to that first step of people noticing you, it rests solely on you. Obviously, there are other things that's key and all of that. So because there's no pipeline into way, there's no wave that you can say, you finished from Nigerian Idol, you finished from Project Fame, so from there you go to Chocolate City or you go to Maven Records. It doesn't work that way because Project Fame and Nigerian Idol are just one of the many ways in which you can notice talents, because you can notice talent on Twitter, you can notice on IG, and you can also notice on Project Fame. I don't know if that explains or if that gives an idea into how it's not so practical that after any of these shows, you can then just sign or find all the talents. It doesn't work that way because the industry is not built that way.
Yeah, thank you, conference. Thanks for your time. We hope to have more conversations like this where we talk about how tech can help the creative economy. Yeah. Have a good evening, everyone.
A round of applause for them once again. It has been a very interactive, versatile.
venture capitalists and founders and all of that to, the creative space. So, I mean, it's not covered. Okay. Photographers, please.
Can we have the photographers for pictures? Thank you.
All right, so while the photography session is going on, do we have anybody in the room? I need two people, a guy and a girl. You're confident enough to come and stand in front here and play a game with me. A guy and a girl. It's a very simple game. We'll be done in like 2 minutes, in fact less. Anyone? If not, I'm going to pick. Join him. Please don't fall my hand. I'm female, please. Are you coming? A round of applause for her, please. A round of applause for both of them. All right. So it's a tongue twister session. Do you know what a tongue twister is? It's a tongue twister game. And it's very simple. 60 sticky skeletons. 60 sticky skeletons. 60 sticky skeletons. You're going to say it very fast. Say it 5 times. 60 sticky skeletons. Very fast, 5 times. Who wants to go first? 60 sticky skeletons. 5 times.
Sixty sticky skeleton, 60 skeleton, 60 skeleton, 60 sticky skeleton, 60 sticky skeleton, 60 sticky skeleton, 60
sticky skeleton, 60 sticky skeleton, 60 sticky skeleton, 60 sticky skeleton, 60 sticky.
Round of applause. You can't from me for that amazing performance. All right. We'd like to recognize and appreciate sponsors and our partners. So one thing I want you to do for me is, we have a list of them. You people now want to do your 60 sticky skeletons. Then I was calling you, now answer me. So I'm going to have a list of them, quite a number of them. So please just keep the applause going as I'm mentioning their names. It's important. It's because they have supported us, they have partnered with us that we are here today. So please don't get tired on the applause. It's quite a long list, but please join me as we thank and appreciate the headline sponsor, Z Africa. A round of applause for them. Our official partner, the Oyo State Government. A round of applause. Cadify, a round of applause. 54 Collective. Seed-Fi, A Food. I still have their shirts. Smart Comply. Are there by Smart Comply. Paywave. Data Melon. Oradian. Please, a round of applause. Please keep it going. Skrilla, Tech Skills Nexus, Express Payment Solution, Aurora Creative, Sovereign Finance Company. A round of applause for them. And for our partners, we have The Sun, The Punch, the CNBC Africa, Vanguard Newspaper, Tech Cabal, This Day, Skilled Up Life, The Champion, EJ Mondo, The Nation, We Talk Sound, Tech Chronicles. Please keep the applause going. New Telegraph, Business Insider Africa, InDrive. Please, a round of applause for all of our sponsors and our partners. Thank you so much. Ask me questions, and by power vested on me, I give you permission to go into the VIP room and ask the speakers your questions. We're able to take them at this time. So if you're able to catch them quickly before they leave the auditorium, please step into the VIP room and then ask them the question. So lastly, we're going to be going to the last panel session for today. It's quick, it's sharp, it's interesting, it's going to be moderated. So the panel session is The Future is Now. Earlier when we had the fireside chat with Inyaji Aboyeji, pardon me, he said that one of the things he tells the founder is start, launch. So the future is now. Don't push it forward, right? Innovating through crisis. Don't wait till all the stars align, before you begin. So I would like to start with Onyinye Okonji. She is pioneering at a few retail fintech companies, and she is the founder of Sycamore, an online peer-to-peer lending platform. She is an aspiring gender advocate, and she helps women who run small businesses thrive by providing them with businesses and financial opportunities to operate and expand their businesses. She strongly believes that industrious women in business pave the way for diversity of thoughts and meaningful. Ms. Onyinyechi Okonji. A round of applause for her, please.
A round of applause for Onyinyechi Okonji. Thank you very much. I also want to invite to join us Benga. I remember the full name, but Benga, if you're in the room, I need to see you somewhere here so we can drag you up stage. Benga from Skrella. Alrighty.
At Oriadan is a seasoned product manager across various banks and fintechs, including Cabo.
Please also be reminded that there is food. Before you leave, there is food. So those upstairs and downstairs as well. If you're yet to collect item 7, please, before you leave, ensure you do so. I understand some persons were distracted earlier by going to look for food outside, but be reminded that there is
Remo in the room. Is he in the auditorium right now? Okay, I guess not. So to David Adeleke, a round of applause for him.
A round of applause for Benga Adeleke, the CEO of Z Africa and also the convener of the David Adeleke. My apologies, David.
For him as he approaches the stage, please.
Tunde Buraimo, if you're still here, we need you for this session.
So it's just about 30 minutes.
Less than 30 minutes.
So please quickly prepare your questions. We're probably just going to take 2 questions at the most.
Benga Adigun. Yes, it was Benga Adigun I was going to mention. Benga Adigun from Skrilla. Benga Adigun from Skrilla. If you're here, please join us at the big table for this.
Do we have Mr. Benga already? Hello. Hi, good evening, everybody. Okay, I think we'll get started, right? So, my name is David. I'll be moderating this session, so we'll keep it very short. Thank you very much, and we'll try to ensure that we have a great time and learn 1 or 2 things, then we'll keep the floor open for questions, then we'll wrap it up for today. So, thank you very much. So, I'll just start directly with our speakers, the panelists from there. Thank you. Over to you. Sorry to cut you. Let's try to make this as interactive as possible. The same game I played early today. If you can hear me, clap once. Okay, yeah, that's fair. Okay, let's continue. Thank you.
Okay. So I'm one of the co-founders of Sycamore. Sycamore is a digital platform where we democratize access to credit in Nigeria via web, app, and US, Nigeria, and Africa in general. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me? Okay, it's fine, right? My name is...
Please, can we hear him? Audio...
So, I currently work as the Global Director for Oradian. Oradian is a core banking system provider that provides systems for banks across Nigeria, fintechs, and the aim, just like Sycamore, is to democratize credit across Nigeria and also democratize banking across the continent. We also have, we are proud to say that Oradian is proudly Nigerian, and this is where our roots are. Yeah.
Okay, so we want to talk about the future is now, right? We want to talk about innovating through crisis. The first question that comes to my mind that I would like to start to ask is, do you think, and if no, right, what do you think on that?
I think the best use case for crisis giving birth to innovation, at least in Nigeria, we are not typically used to crisis. The kind of crisis we have here is just not one of the major crises that we can say that we have experienced in the last maybe a couple of years would be the cash crunch of maybe last year, when everybody needed access to cash, and the government was changing the currency during that period and all of that. And within that period, the fintechs and the adapt to that kind of scenarios where the was translated to what continues till today. So I do believe that if within any kind of crisis, no matter how little or how, if it's self-inflicted or if it's brought upon by nature, any kind of crisis, financial companies would best be in a position to make sure that they react quickly and are able to create innovative solutions that helps them thrive within those kind of situations.
Crisis that we saw. Oh, welcome, Mr. Benga. Nice to have you here. Okay, engineers, please.
Check.
Okay, good, awesome. So before I come to you, right, I was trying to refresh our memory. Recently, there is the whole changing of core banking solution from the major banks, and it helps a lot of people out of the platform. They couldn't transact, they couldn't use their funds, and a lot of people were frustrated. I mean, myself, I went through that. That was a very major crisis. This is open to any of our panelists, right? Based on that, using that as an analogy for a crisis, what innovation can we say could have come out from it? Because it's almost as though even after that issue, some of the apps are still down. So I think I would like to direct it to you, ma'am, right? So what, I mean, and also, right, how do you think Sycamore, if they were in that shoe, how do you think they would have done it better? Yes,
the cash crunch, I think that was in February, right? And the companies that came out shining were the ones that would be able to do transfers seamlessly in that time. So going back to this particular question about who are the ones that would have come out shining, or who are the people that can still shine through now, where we're experiencing downtimes with the banks and their setups, would be people, again, who can solve the issues of transfers, right? People who will be able to circumvent the banking systems and just ensure that whatever you're transferring gets to the person that you're transferring it to, and you know, everybody's seeing their money, not that it's hanging somewhere in the middle of the air, you're looking for where your money is, that kind of thing, right? So that's my thing. And I do not believe that anyone has really stood out in this particular
And for a lot of other maybe fintechs and banks that could have capitalized on these particular downtimes, that some that, hey, what if I also try to do the same thing they're doing and I have the same kind of situations, right?
Yeah.
Nobody wants to come out to be the one that's saying, okay, it's time to switch your bank. Like, your bank obviously cannot serve you at this point, right?
Like asset management. They don't have all that for those who are selling stuff, pay for stuff. That's all. There's a whole lot more to finance besides just transactions. To financial services like insurance, to the unbanked and the financially excluded. And we are doing that with technology. Again, we are not deluding ourselves and putting the technology before the problem. The problem is the problem. As Ian said in the morning, you should have a business first. Everything we have to cover your device. You don't have to come to us. You don't have to come to tells us at the back end with deadly accuracy if your device is fit enough to be insured. So that is one way we are solving the problem of financial inclusion, where even if you're in the village or in the bush, you can, as long as you have internet service and access, you can access our product. So that way we've given you access to financial service. So speaking about the other topic you guys are talking about, the issues with the banks lately, especially as they were transitioning into their core banking system, did you know that combined OPay, money points? So again, as they say, you have to be ready for war in time of peace. You can't just wake up and say these banks are not, transactions are failing, I want to build my own. It takes time. So these guys were already there, they set up the infrastructure, they set up everything, they had the working. So you have to innovate around distribution, you have to innovate around access, you have to innovate around your service delivery. These are the things that set you apart. So when there's a crisis in the banking industry, like people can, for example, complete transactions, then when you offer superior service using technology, you will definitely attract all the attention.
All right, thank you very much. Can we see all yours? Are we audible enough? If you can hear me, clap once. Okay, good. Thank you very much. So let's see, let's debate a little bit, right? And let's see what are the positions for, what's it called, startups or founders like can take, especially in combating crisis. We can leverage collaboration, one, to like combat crisis for the ecosystem at large, that's one. Then what are the other, what's it called, other things that could be done to, scale through certain crises? So
it's one thing to collaborate. It's another thing for financial houses or banks or whatever to provide, to share information about what is going on internally with each other. So if one bank goes through like they change their core banking and they had issues throughout the entire process, it is ideally very strange that that same issue will repeat to another bank again, because they should have passed that information to the other bank, right? Like these are some of the things that we challenges.
Sorry, I want to cut you there. I want you to respond to this. Say, for example, you are into lending, right? And that's more like your underwriting algorithm that gives you the edge. Will you agree to what he's saying to share that knowledge? Wouldn't that be?
We're sharing APIs, we're sharing information that is critical to business. So you just need to know who is your collaborator in the ecosystem to be able to, reach out to them to get this kind of information. It's not just going to be out there that, oh, we're sharing the information, but it happens.
Oh, so you should be open to share?
You don't need to share it for free.
Oh,
you could sell
okay,
that
that's
information.
another angle.
If I have a good credit scoring algorithm that ensures that I'm able to collect back my loans, I wouldn't tell you the algorithm for free, but I can. Then they should take the loan with you. I'll share my algorithm with you, but I'll take a cut of that pie, right? So you can share information. It doesn't have to be free, but at least information should be shared. That's the way I always say it. Yeah.
Over to my far right. Sorry for, maybe you could have adjusted it, but it's fine. So, what's your take on that?
I don't, excuse me. I don't have a lot to add to that. Truthfully, partnerships and collaborations is the way to go to deepen an ecosystem. If you check, for the past 10 years, there's been talked about open banking, which means banks would open their data up to fintechs like Sycamore and yours for them to be able to use. So yes, it's the way to go. And by now, problems like open banking should have been solved. But there are many things to look at. There's regulation, then there's you have it already. Like the traditional banks, for example, it won't be easy for them to just open it all up like that. All those 2020. So it's a bit tricky, but the truth is they don't have a choice. If you look at some of the latest technology happening now, like a Tesla, they are sending space satellites, to space where you have direct-to-cell communication. What that means is Tesla is a US company sitting in the US, and they can provide internet service to somebody here in Ibadan. if your device is capable. The only thing standing between them and you is regulation. So the point is, telecoms must align. If you don't, technology will move ahead of you. So right now, while it's still a very funny space in this side of the world where partnerships and collaborations are not happening at the pace that they should be happening, they don't have a choice. A time will come, they will see that that is the only way to go. Because look at OPay, MoneyPoint, Kuda, PalmPay, all these new guys on the blocks. In the next 5 years, there will be a force to reckon with. GTB, John, unbanked. Now, almost everybody, even the Zenny Bank account holder, has an OPay account or a Kuda or a PalmPay account. And gradually, if these guys provide better service and better customer service delivery, over time, I'm just saying the time will come, it's slow, but the time will come when all these traditional institutions who don't have a choice but to speed up partnerships and collaborations to deepen the ecosystem.
All right.
Just to jump in there,
Okay,
right?
go.
On this same point of partnering with traditional banks, the thing is, different people bring different things to the market, right? The traditional banks bring stability. They've been in the business. They have the market share, right? But that market share, the customer is now the customer. Do you get? So open banking is going to be a way to go to stabilize the ecosystem. But everybody needs to come to the table with an awareness of the value that they bring. So traditional banks will bring stability. They bring risk mitigation because they've been in the market. They bring APIs that neobanks plug into, right? They bring all this good stuff. But the neobanks and the fintechs also bring traditional banks to bring resilience because they've been here. Some banks 100 years. They've market barriers to entry into new markets very, very low. So if you combine both very well and there's enough partnerships going around, then there'll be stability and a lot more advancement in the ecosystem. Just to add that.
All right, thank you. So as we try to wrap up, right, I want to bring the last question, something close to the closing point, right? So another crisis, which I'll call a challenge for a new startup or founders that want to enter, there is a high barrier, right, in terms of entry. Say, for example, you have to get license, you have to get this, you have to get that. So this one now, it's something related to, I'll say, startup founders or people that are looking to enter into probably the entrepreneurial space. I'll start with you, right? What advice, in closing remark, right, will you give to a founder that would enable, you could, cite different other examples, but the goal of the question is what advice will you give to probably a new entry startup founder, right, that wants to get into the game?
Very tricky. Even myself, I'm looking for advice. Very well. Almost tech-free. So it just reinforces the point he made in the morning that have a business. Forget, our fathers did businesses, they trained some of us. So no matter, don't put the tech before the problem. The problem is the problem. Fall in love with the problem. Fall in love with the problem, make sure you have a business. That's a mistake a lot of us make. We just feel because we can write a few lines of code, we build an app for everything, and then when we go to market, we think everybody would accept it. It's not that doing around technology. It's behind a very proven business concept. Absolutely. You are solving a real problem that people are happy to pay for. You don't have a customer until somebody pays for it. You don't have a product market fit until many people pay for it and keep paying for it, and will miss that solution when that solution is not there. And of course, when they pay for it, your revenue should be able to cover your cost and leave something left. Blow us away. There are still many problems in Africa that have not been solved. Just using the technology to help you to scale, to distribute, to give access. So that should not replace the solution. So that's just what I'm going to say. And of course, the best way to go is partnerships and collaborations. It really helps. Instead of you trying to build your own sort of ecosystem from the scratch or from the ground up, just look for people, like Onye said, who are bringing different values to the table. People who have solved a problem already that you're trying to solve, and they're experts at it, they know how to do it. Be ready to share some,
Over to you.
Okay. I think the advice I always like, I have people who found us as friends and as colleagues, and the advice I usually give is, like I said, know your problem and know your solution completely. Also, make sure that if regulators can see how they can also benefit from what you are providing, yeah, they would want to do it. Not to bribe them or anything like that, but if they can see that, okay, if you actually do this stuff, then it makes my own life too simple and easier. They are much easier to talk to in that kind of sense, right? And like I said, don't just go and build a mobile application. Walk into the streets, talk to the people who are going to actually use your product. Talk to the regulators, understand why, because we usually just, like, we can badmouth the regulators all day long, but there's a reason why regulations are in place. It's always to protect people, right, in the end. Talk to them, understand what the reasons why they put these regulations in place are, and try to level with them on the reasons why you are trying to do what you are doing too. You always find someone who will listen. So yeah, there's always one person who will listen.
Thank you. So finally?
Finally.
Yes.
So you talked about, the question was around challenges for new entrants. There are many challenges. I mean, Wenger and Abdul have covered a lot of them. I mean, there are challenges on the macro level, on the micro level. Some of the micro level challenges are not going anywhere anytime soon.
Wow.
You know, you have what describes where we are, the situation of things in Nigeria. That's not changing anytime soon. So how do you want to adapt, right? Those are the questions you need to ask yourself. How do you create a business model that is resilient to stand the test of time when the economy is meant to do business in, right? You talk about issues around inflation. I mean, everybody's feeling the bite, except if Ibadan is immune, but everywhere, right? Rice was, 2 years ago, a bag of rice was 30K.
Wow. Yeah.
Today, that same bag of rice is 85 if you're lucky, 120 if you're not,
wow.
Right? So everybody's feeling the pinch of the environment. But the businesses on a macro level, you know, the Russian-Ukraine pass-through.
Oh.
It's affecting supply, global supply. So barley, oil, wheat, those are things that we use in Nigeria, no? So that adds to the inflation that we're feeling. Inflation at the middle of this year was 32.7%. Cyber terrorism. Go on tech about yourself and go and find out how much these companies are losing. But this industry is riddled with so many challenges. So if you're going to come in, you come correct. You're not coming to play. You're coming to solve bring real-time solutions to real problems that people are having. 100 digital lenders in Nigeria today, minus the guys that open their boot and say, okay, give me 10%. Do you understand? So if you're going to come into the financial services industry and you're going to be a founder, you need a sustainable solution to a scalable problem. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. I mean, you can do better. You can, clap if you want to. Awesome. So we've come to the end of this. Permit me to take just one question from the audience, so we could call it a wrap for today. Any question? Oh, we have, sorry. Okay, please step forward. Can we have another mic for him? Thank you. All right, please. Your name and your question.
Okay, my name is Oluwato Minsin. Thank you for the wonderful section. My question is to the co-founder of the Sycamore. I'm also a Sycamore ambassador.
Hi.
Sycamore citizen.
Yay, citizens.
So, let me say, fintech companies in Nigeria doing to improve like their PR. Just like you see, OPay, money. What are they doing? What do we need to do? What are you doing? What are the plans in place? Because by now, fintech companies in Nigeria should be dominating. It should not be OPay. It should not be fintech companies from outside of the country dominating us. Because if we see, these are things that encourage entrepreneurs that also want to venture into the fintech industry, that if leading industries are not dominating yet, then what is the hope for us that will come in?
Okay, I mean, I can come from different angles to answer that particular question. I mean, there are so many challenges, like I said, right? I don't know if you guys heard about this whole marketing budget for Temu.
Yes.
Right? If you're going to dominate, you're going to come, again, correct, to be able to put money where your mouth is, to be able to market your product. And that product, by the way, needs to be solving a real too. That market is, in Lagos alone, is $2.5 billion wide every year. The same problem in Africa is over $300 billion wide. So everybody's doing what they can. But again, remember interest rates increases every time they have an NPR meeting. That number goes up, right? When you have a situation where you are struggling with even collecting money from investors to be able to promise them something that the international players are bringing dollars to counter your naira, there's challenge there, right? There's also the challenge of individuals who are, you have people who are leaving the country. Again, different and time consuming to replace. So what about that? Now remember that there's interest rates increasing. We're a lending company. We take money from the investors to lend to the borrowers, right? If the interest rate is increasing, you need to satisfy your investors. You have to keep afloat. You have to find out creative ways to keep afloat. That's why I said, if you're a new person coming into this business, you need to come correct. There are real problems that we don't have all the might to solve. And they're just things that are already no-brainers that the traditional banks have helped us to do. They've done mass marketing. Everybody knows what an account is. Everybody knows how that works for them. Everybody knows sort of as a fintech into a bank, and it's plug and play, right? So just to bring it home, several different challenges. We are able to do what we are able to do per time. The fact that we're not out there on all the billboards and things like that doesn't mean that we're not doing real and we probably raise or something. We're able to hit the market and we're robust enough to accommodate the traffic when it comes.
All right, thank you very much. We've come to the end of this show. Let's take a picture. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That's my song. So play it again.
Thank you so much. And I would just like to thank everyone who has still stayed very good trait of a successful startup or founder. Anyway, thank you so much. So with this, we have come to the end of today's session. I trust that it has been amazing. Have you learned anything today? Can I get reactions in the room? Have you learned anything today? Amazing. So that means you're going to come tomorrow and you're going to come early tomorrow as well. You wanted to thank our sponsors and partners?
Yes, special shout out to all our sponsors, all our partners, and all the exhibitors we have here. Please remember to follow us on social media on Facebook, X, and LinkedIn. It is Ibadan Startup Fest. And for Instagram, it is African_Summit. Please, the pictures and the videos you've made today, do well to share online, tag the organizers using the hashtag ISF Summit 2024. We have a pitch session going up there, so if you want to participate and listening to the pitch that's going on, see who's going to be the winners, you can join. Then there's a masterclass up there by Oga HR that's talking to future founders about how to structure organizations and several stuff like that. You can also join. They're about taking pictures if you want to do that. So we'll see you same time tomorrow. Remember, the time is 8 a.m. Please, the earlier you come, the earlier we start, and we can finish on time. So
please don't forget to network, meet people, meet next, so that they can organize that for you. Thank you so much. You've been an amazing audience. See you tomorrow, and I remain Temitayo Albert.
And my name is Kenneth Akan. You can follow me on social media _TSARKENN. God bless you.
Bye, everybody.